Nigeria's president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his wife, Senator Tinubu, are currently on a state visit to the United Kingdom in an elaborate event being hosted by King Charles II and the government of the United Kingdom. Many believe that this is a new and historic chapter in the Nigeria-UK relations, which spans the better part of 2 centuries. Being Nigeria's former overlords, the United Kingdom naturally has close ties with Nigeria in terms of trade, education, migration, and other spheres encompassing human exchange. It has not always been a smooth sail between the 2 countries, but the historic ties have never been severed due to the strong connections between the 2 populations. Nigeria gained its independence from Britain in 1960 and cut the administrative umbilical cord from London. But the nation's sheer size, economic, and political relevance means it will always have a seat on the table when the United Kingdom is thinking of its African and Commonwealth interests. The last leader on a state visit to the United Kingdom was the military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida 37 years ago. Today's helmsman, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is taking this walk on more historic fronts. A different monarch awaits, and the guest is not in khakis. Throughout Nigeria's journey into the world of global diplomacy, only one station can claim to have been there all this while. And the NTA, as usual, is poised to capture every moment again. I'm the host and your anchor for this event. Fisai Ogunfu is my name. We will enjoy this together by looking at Nigeria's footsteps in the United Kingdom, the ties that bind the 2 countries, and what is on the table when the 2 delegations meet, have dinner, wine and dine, reflects on the destination of the 2 states. We're looking at all that with a number of guests, both in the studio, in the United Kingdom and in different parts of the world, looking at Nigerians' interests both domestically and in the diaspora. But let's quickly welcome Professor Chigozie Enwere, Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies, live here in the studio. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
What are your comments at this time? Looking at Nigeria coming back on a state visit, one of our leaders, a current leader, coming on a state visit after this was done about 37 years ago, looking at the close ties between the 2 countries and why we've had such a large space of time before having something like this.
I think when you look at it historically, you see that this visit is so remarkable in the sense that when you compare it to other African countries, you see that Nigeria has more state visits than any other African country. Like, for instance, South Africa has only 3. Countries like Morocco, Egypt, and Liberia has only 1. And that is why when you look at this visit by the president today, you see that it is so remarkable because of the fact that this is a new dispensation in world politics. This is a Cold War period. And because of the new configuration in international politics, you see that this is more of a sort of interdependent collaboration between Nigeria and UK. Previously, during the earlier period of Nigeria, it was more or less issues of dependency, but now it is more of issue of partnership and interdependency. And that is why the president's visit is more remarkable than any other time in the period of Nigerian history.
All right, like I just said at the beginning of the show, we have Professor Enwere right here, but we have other people from the diplomatic community, Nigerians in the diaspora, experts talking about different sectors of the economy where Nigeria perhaps would have some significant inroads into the UK market. We'll be looking at all that in the course of the show. Hopefully, shortly we'll get more guests into the house. But let's perhaps set the table. The British royal family is set to host a grand state ceremony for the Nigerian president. Just in a few short hours, President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Tinubu, who are currently in the United Kingdom, are on official state visit. In this report, Musa Babaliyu examines the royal proceedings and explores the historical and ongoing ties between Nigeria and the British royal family.
This was the last time a Nigerian leader was honored with a traditional and rich pageantry of the United Kingdom. Queen Elizabeth II hosted Nigerian military President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida for a state visit on May 9, 1989. Before that, President Shehu Shagari in March 1981, and Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in December 1965 were also hosted for elaborate ceremony events. This included military parades, guards of honor, carriage processions, gun salutes, and royal pageantry. In 2026, President Bola Tinubu will receive a similar but uniquely distinct reception from the British monarch, making the first such state visit by a Nigerian leader in 37 years. This visit, hosted by King Charles III at Windsor Castle from March 18 to 19, 2025, highlights the enduring diplomatic ties between the two nations. The ceremonies demonstrate respect, friendship, and importance the host country places on the bilateral relationship. They are deliberately granted to make the guests feel especially honored and to reinforce alliance or partnership. Diplomatic analysts are of the view that President Bola Tinubu's visit will help build and maintain positive relations in areas such as trade, security, defense, and culture. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Thank you, Musa. And we were talking about the elaborate ceremony. I was wondering, of course, our fast is still on. Maybe later in the day when we break it and we break it with our British friends, perhaps maybe Amala and a few things will be on the table right there so that the exchange will be complete. We're just looking at issues of our historic ties. And we saw there, Prof, historically, I was talking about Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in the early 60s, talk about Shehu Shagari in the 80s, and of course, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida right there, elaborate ceremony, showing the warm ties between the two countries. Like I said in my opening preambles, it's not been a smooth sail for the country in terms of our relations with the United Kingdom for obvious reasons. We have a checkered career with, checkered history with issues of, disruptions in our democratic processes, which also denied us a seat in the Commonwealth at the time, when we had a, but it seems to me as if more than ever before, the UK is, extending its hands of fellowship to Nigeria, not just only because of our historic ties, but perhaps the potential that it could also get from a friendship such as this, just looking at the nation's sheer size and strength and potential, and perhaps also the vibrancy of its population and what that could mean for the United Kingdom going forward.
Now, when you look at it historically to compare to the present dispensation, you see that the first visit by Tafawa Balewa in 1965 was the time Nigeria was regarded as the giant of Africa. That visit made Nigeria to be seen as the giant of Africa. Why? Because of our political strength. Two, because of the market size of Nigeria. So Britain and Nigeria has maintained a sort of diplomatic relations over the years because of the potentials in Nigeria. And when you look at it critically at this particular time, you see that our population has grown over the years. That shows the size of the Nigerian market and the importance of Nigeria in the conduct of international affairs and diplomacy. Now, basically, when you look at this visit and what preceded this visit, in 2024, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in UK, they developed what is called an enhanced trade and investment partnership. And also, they developed a sort of security and defense partnership. So what this visit is all about, to ensure the full implementation of the key areas in the ETIP, that is Enhanced Trade and Investment Partnership, that will grant Nigerian businessmen more access into the UK market. Because the UK gain access to our market, but it's not necessary for Nigeria to get access to the UK market, particularly on the issue of duty-free access to Nigerian exports, which is very important. And also strategically, you see that one thing about diplomacy, international diplomacy, is that each of the of the partners in this diplomatic engagement must identify their basic interests. Now, what is the basic interest of Nigeria today? The basic interest of Nigeria is on issue of economic development and on the issue of security. Back in 2024, there was a sort of security and defense partnership between UK and Nigeria, particularly in the area of community engagement, in the area to tackle terrorism, and that will be the focus of this visit. Nigeria needs more military collaboration in order to tame the rising phase of terrorism in Nigeria. And I think Nigerian military is also doing very well in that respect. Then the second area that these visits should also focus on is on the issue of migration. And when you look at the policies that have been developed over the years, particularly 2022, when you have an MOU on this issue of migration, and in 2024, also when the minister also developed a sort of migration and home affairs talk with UK partners, then the focus now is how to move it forward. And that is why you see that in this delegate, that Nigeria has a lot of dignitaries going, because diplomacy is based on relationship. Interpersonal relationship makes strategic communication in diplomacy very, very easy. And that is why this administration is focusing on these basic areas in order to attract comparative advantage to Nigeria in terms of economy and in terms of security, which is the main focus in this area.
All right, you just mentioned the considerable number of Nigerians in the diaspora who are domiciled in the UK, who are resident in the UK, not domiciled, resident in the UK at the moment, and the number keeps increasing. And when you look at it, even many Nigerians historically have been British nationals. Some Nigerians born there have not even been. We have a considerable number of Nigerians there. Perhaps could that be an issue on the table for some of the protection of their rights, maybe the way they, regarded over there, and if there could be some, collaboration between the two governments to even see some of these exchanges, perhaps revived. I remember in the academia then we used to have some kind of educational exchanges. Students go, some come, lecturers go, some come. For instance, well, I graduated from the University of Ibadan, and we had a lot of lecturers from the United Kingdom coming into some key, courses, and then go. Perhaps would we be thinking of leaning in those directions to promote domestic expertise in some of these things, apart from all our, the best of our brains going to the UK to get some of this, leverage?
Yes, when you look at the 4D doctrine of this administration, which focus on development, demography, diaspora, you see that the main focus that we are talking about is on the issue of diaspora. And when you look at the strategic engagement of this present administration, they have been able to develop what is called diaspora, migration, diaspora, home affairs dialogue with the UK. And the focus on this is on the issue of migration, making the visa services more efficient so that Nigerians can move to UK and UK citizens can also come into Nigeria. And when you look at this diaspora issue, you see that the area we focus more on issue of business and education. Like, for instance, most of the Nigerians that are moving into diaspora should be allowed to have business deals in the UK. And also, in terms of education, there should be issue of, just like you mentioned, the issue of research partnership that will help us to build more of our institutions. And one thing we should understand is that this educational partnership benefits both Nigeria and the UK. Because in Nigeria, we have also experts in the field of education. So that interaction will bring about increase in technology and enhance the economy. Now, what I want to emphasize on in this area is that when you look at the history of Nigeria in terms of business and that of the UK, particularly in the area of refinery, we are experiencing the same problem that UK is experiencing. Like in UK, they have so many refineries, but now they are left only with 4. And that is another area that these visits should look at, to understand what has made those 4 refineries more efficient, so that Nigeria can tap into that to revamp the existing refineries owned by the government. Because one thing about diplomacy is that it is built on economic strength. And that economic strength must be reflected in the cost of energy. Because most of the company that exist in Nigeria today is as a result of production cost. And when you reduce the cost of energy, it will also help to boost the economy of this country and attract more investments into the country.
All right. We will, of course, continue in this line. But let me quickly welcome a few of my guests. I've just been told by the director that some of our guests are getting ready online. Professor Mukhtar Imam, Professor of International and Diplomacy and Directing Staff of the National Institute for Security Studies, is joining us via Zoom. Thank you, Prof. And of course, our brother, Paul Ejime, International Affairs Analyst, is joining us via Zoom from the UK as an expert on international affairs. I particularly like his analysis on the West African sub-region and some of the developments there. Mr. Paul, I'm seeing you in green. Is it perhaps to remind some of the people over there that you are a Nigerian, so that today when the president is passing, he can say hello?
Yeah, I'm a proud Nigerian anywhere, so any day. So we can't overplay that. So that is it. Our president, he's our president that is visiting. There are issues, there are challenges, and then we will talk about it and see how we can make things better. I think that's the whole thing. Even if you are doing well, they say that a gold even needs shining before, even the best can also be improved upon. So that's what we're talking about. Nigeria all the way. Let's enjoy the moment, and then later come and talk about our problems. Over to you.
All right, let's Prof. Imam, you've seen all the paraphernalia of the Nigerian community over there, and how excitement has been building in some of those quarters in the lead up to this visit, which will start in about an hour in the United Kingdom. We'll be seeing the royal family engaging the Nigerian first family, as well as top diplomats and captains of industry from Nigeria who have followed the president to the United Kingdom. Perhaps also some main deals that will be signed over the table in the course of this visit. If Professor Imam is there now, I understand he's not there yet, but let me engage you again, Mr. Paul. What are your expectations? What is on the table for Nigeria? What can we take away from the table? What are the things we should be looking at beyond the shining Chinaware in the Windsor Castle? Mr. Paul, okay, we understand that.
Given the historical, affinity or relations between these two countries, Britain was a colonial power in Nigeria. I didn't like when the word you use, or a phrase, overlord. No, there is nothing over it. That was in the history. Now, we are independent for more than 60 years, so we shouldn't be. But we cannot also forget our history. And that is why one would have thought, in fact, if anything, the trade, for instance, volume of trade is 8.1 billion, pound, and Britain is doing more, almost 5.7 to 6 billion. That the trade is in what they are exporting to Nigeria. So Nigeria is probably doing just 3 billion.
Go ahead. There are so many sectors of the economy that we'll be looking at in terms of interventions today. But what key areas, apart from
trade?
Go ahead, please.
In terms of trade, I know that recently there is Britain came up with developing countries Opportunity Trade Act that we're supposed to. No, Nigeria should have been at the, we can't be waiting for that, coming with other so-called developing countries. And given the level of us, we should have capitalized on that to be able to be on top. Nigeria is the 38th in terms of world trade, 38th in terms of those who are trading with Britain. It shouldn't be that. And then, like India also did, Nigerians, this is the, Britain is their favorite place for students to come and study because of that historical affinity. What has happened over the years is that there is, Britain has taken, so we are in by your expectation. What India did, let Nigeria and Britain enter into agreements that will facilitate this kind of relations for students to come, get education, go back, and you. By the way, we have a very large number of Nigerian skilled workers here, particularly in health, that are helping the economy in Britain. And so there should be a way of getting it, not Britain just going surreptitiously or secretly to hire medical workers. Let there be a formal agreement that if they are receiving people receiving skilled workers from us, then the immigration and the issue should be one that will be very, very friendly, all in parts under the Commonwealth system. Nigerians didn't need visa to come to Britain, okay? So, but all that has changed. So, improvement in trade, so cultural areas, okay, like speak on that too. Nigeria is the greatest, almost the world great producer of yam. But do you know that Ghanaians export more yams to Britain than Nigeria does? So these are the areas that we need to look at, and not just. I know that beyond these are probably not going to. You can't take all of them at the same time, but remember also that this is with the king. The king is the ceremonial head. There is a prime minister that is running the government. So all the, and we only have sent our envoy not long ago. That shouldn't be the case. If we call you a friendly nation or we have relations that goes back decades, we should do more to gain from that relationship. So Nigeria should be strategic to gain more from these relations from beyond the royal, razzmatazz. Let there be some concrete benefits, some concrete gains. From I just highlighted just a few of them. Maybe as we go on, one will have time to expatiate on them.
All right, Mr. Paul, thank you for your interventions. Of course, I mean, I've missed a line or two from your submissions due to the freezing nature of some of the signals we're getting from you, but hopefully it will be better in the course of the discussion. But you referred to what I said earlier in the introduction. I was just referring to our historic ties and how we cut those ties and became independent, and we severed an administrative umbilical cord and became self-governing. It was just a small allusion to our past. And of course, I was saying with tongue-in-cheek the fact that there are still some artifacts that they still need to return. But we'll move to we'll move away from there. We'll talk about some of the issues on the table. And Prof, you're still here. You listened to what Paul Ijima was talking about and about what is on the table for Nigerians, business heads who are over there, not to be distracted by the color, pomp and pageantry, but looking at the potentials on the table for the nation to be able to cash in on, especially in the economic sector.
Yeah, in the area of modern diplomacy now, you see that you don't go with so many things on the table. You select interests that are pragmatic and well calculated, that will achieve specific purpose for your country. You look at the problem the country is passing through, economic or political or security challenges that the country is passing through, and you select interests that will address such and make you an aspiring hegemon within the sub-African state. And you see that Nigeria is seen as the giant of Africa. Nigeria is not there only as a country, but as a representative of Africa. And in that respect, you see that what Nigeria should be looking at now is towards economic interdependency. And my advice is that any financial concessions or economic assistance program that must be signed should not encourage dependency. It should be the one that should encourage interdependency. And that is why you see that in modern diplomacy today, the focus is on industrial strength. Nigeria should focus on improving its industrial base. And that is one focus that we should learn in this. And also in modern diplomacy, the issue of ideology is downplayed. What is more important is the national interest of that particular country. And in this case, the national interest of Nigeria. So every negotiation should be in line with the national interest of Nigeria to improve the Nigerian economy. And at the same time, improve the military strength of Nigeria so that Nigeria can be able to contain any form of insurgency.
All right, let's just perhaps also put one or two things on the table on the diplomatic front. The diplomatic engagement between Nigeria and the United Kingdom is taking another turn following President Bola Tinubu's visit. Gabar Mohammed Natala, in this special report, however, examines the relationship that spans decades and now recalibrating partnership under a new monarch, His Majesty King Charles.
The weight of history between Nigeria and the UK is impossible to ignore. That dates back to the pre-independence era. But this time around, the welcoming of President Tinubu and the First Lady in this state visit, hosted by King Charles III and Queen Camilla, is more than a ceremony but a powerful symbol of respect and shared ambition. Our ties runs deep to post-independence through Commonwealth bonds, language, law, and today's vibrant Nigerian diaspora of over 200,000 in the UK.
If I were in the British Ministry of Foreign Affairs, External Relations, I would feel concerned that if we fold our hands and watch, Nigeria may get closer to this place. I've spoken about the Chinese already. Yes. They're everywhere. And they become, over time, taken over from Britain as the largest trading partner of Nigeria. Same for the Indians and even the Koreans. So I think that Prince Charles will work hard to reassure President Tinubu of the esteem and the value with which they regard Nigeria.
History alone cannot sustain a modern partnership. In 2024, Nigeria and the UK raised the bar to a strategic level.
Trade hits £8 billion, covering several partnerships, including security cooperation to fight terrorism and cybercrime, while Nigeria's reforms opened doors to new investments. This visit signals a bold step towards shared prosperity in the current emerging world full of uncertainty, and it is expected that the real work of diplomacy will deliver positive results. Nigeria's foreign policy that prioritizes the 4 Ds, democracy, development, demography, and the diaspora, aligns closely with UK's current interests.
And when government officials go to negotiate and go to talk, you have to always have your hindsight to ensure that the new investors who are attracted to Nigeria respect our people, respect our environment, and keep to our laws, so that we don't have the kind of experience in the oil industry. In fact, we from the oil producing areas, we have had, it's almost like a curse in many places. And we have to be careful with solid minerals so that it does not turn out that people can just come take our solid minerals and leave all kinds of environmental issues and the minerals must serve the communities that produce them as they serve the country. So I think it's a good opportunity for both Nigeria, for both President Tinubu and His Majesty King Charles and the Prime Minister Starmer to have very warm and fruitful discussions that will be beneficial to the two countries.
This is why President Tinubu's state visit will determine whether this recalibrated partnership delivers for both nations. In Abuja, Muhammad Atala, NTA News.
Thank you, Gaba Natala, there talking about historic ties and, of course, diplomacy and what Nigeria should be bringing to the table. Prof, you are still here, and Mr. Paul Ejima is over there. Mr. Paul, you are there, and, of course, you are one of our assets that UK is, in the UK at the moment. You are there, and being a Nigerian, you just spoke about the professionals over there and what they are contributing to that economy. In terms of the Nigerian community there, could there be any kind of, understanding between the two governments in terms of how Nigeria is being categorized, or Nigerian citizens are being categorized in the United Kingdom? We have seen what, the other brother across the ocean has been doing. But in terms of our relations with the UK, which is warmer and, of course, tied beyond, just two countries in the Commonwealth, what would you be expecting that Nigerian leadership over there in the United Kingdom should be putting on the table, especially for Nigerians living in the United Kingdom?
Yes, there are, according to statistics from here, under 300,000 Nigerian immigrants here. Some of them, and then about students make up about 50,000. It used to be more than that when the regulations were not so strict as we have it now. So that is a large community. And then these are people, some of them professionals doing their work, others are students, like I told you, and many doing well. And then having, let's not talk about remittances from Nigerian, from the diaspora. That is very great, contributing to the economy. So here, I think what their request, or they would like to see a system that makes it put Nigeria on the top, because we are punching below our weight, as it were, given our size and then our relationship. I think it has not really. There is a disconnect. There is underperformance in that area, which Nigerians will like. Of course, I know that there are branches of Nigerian banks that are coming here, small scale industries and all that. So they can, this is the growth from all sides, from the political, economic, and social area, and cultural. You mentioned artifacts. You remember the 1897 punitive expedition against, of Benin. There are some, artwork that we are taking that you will find either in the museum or anywhere, even across the world. This is one place where Nigeria can also talk about how those things can be returned, and because you can't believe it that today, in this part of the program, in this visit, is that the president and the first lady will be shown art related to Nigeria at Windsor, where that has been housed there. Well, maybe some were purchased, but there are also issues about those that were taken that ought to be returned, given that is part of smoothing this relationship. Then the other thing, the press talked about prioritizing your objective and aim in international relations. That is right. But I also can say that you cannot miss this type of opportunity. When you are here, because you remember the last one was in 35 years ago. So you have to capitalize, you have to utilize it, leverage on it to get the maximum. Let there be many agreements that you can, fashion out. But the key thing, following up. So security is the other one. I think Nigeria and Britain are not doing so much in terms of security. You know, there are a lot that the British can do to help Nigeria. If they are not giving weapons, they can also, for sharing of intelligence. You know, it's not for the Americans are the ones. America, look at where they are. You know, they seem to be the ones having the foothold, no, not foothold, boot on the ground in Nigeria. Where is Britain? So you cannot force them, but I think whatever they're asking or how we can leverage, because don't make a mistake. Britain is also benefiting from this. It goes both ways. They are benefiting. That's why they are coming. It's the king that invited Mr. President. So then why they are also going at it to get what they are getting from Africa? South Africa is the place to be now, my brother. So let us maximize the benefit of our relation with every country, wherever we go, through using our diplomats, and then the president that is now coming. By the way, this is the next state visit that the king is hosting. The second, the last one was President Trump of America. He tells you how, you know, but he shouldn't just rest on this hype, on these ceremonial, you know, engagements. Let us see the things I have named where we can go in terms of the economy and then security. Let Britain, let everybody involved to assist us to fight terrorism, and all that is also an international threat. It's an international issue. So if Britain can also join, the more the merrier. So these are the areas, not just going. Of course, it's good to see our president with the Queen of the King of England, and then the First Lady with the Queen, you know, Tamela. But it goes beyond that. How does it touch the ordinary person on the streets in Lagos, in you know, in Kanu, everywhere? So I think that is where we should be focusing. What will now go as benefit to this beyond the official thing? Because that is what it is. You have to do that because for the population, not for the people who are there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ejima. We'll still come back to you, of course, and we'll be looking at you know, different aspects of this visit. Let me come back to Prof. We have a number of ministers and you know, a lot of sector heads over there right now, and you know, with our relationship with Britain over the years, in some cases we just need perhaps to rekindle some of the handshakes that we've had in the past in some key sectors of the economy. In some cases, we need to open new visas of opportunity. And of course, some of them are already thriving in terms of the maritime sector and some of the agreements over there. But in your own assessment, which key sector stands to gain the most from a collaboration like this? And how would you want us to go about it?
Yeah, that's why I say that in diplomatic missions like this, you must identify things that are achievable.
That's what I'm saying now. That which ones have, in your own assessment, where would you say, let's take our, let's go and circle our pen across some sectors and make them, you know, in terms of what some will say low-hanging fruits, and then in terms of the medium and long-term plans of the nation for its own economic rejuvenation.
So the first one is on economic partnership in that area of improving both Nigeria economy and that of the UK. Like, for instance, you see that UK has existed from European Union for long, and they're looking for partners and markets all over the world. So what Nigeria should look at now is on economic collaboration, not economic assistance, but economic what? Collaboration, so that we can be able to penetrate the UK market. Nigerian businesses can be able to penetrate the UK market as long as UK businessmen are also penetrating into Nigerian market. And that is why I talk about interdependency in this. It's no longer based on issues of dependency on the earlier history of Nigeria with UK. Now you should be focused on interdependence. Each of the country must benefit from this. Nigeria should focus on issue of economic penetration of UK market. so that Nigerian businesses can be more in UK. And secondly, you see that when you look at the demographic dimension of Europe generally, you see that their youth population is on the decline. So another area Nigeria should look on the issue of diaspora, which is one of the key elements of the 4D of this administration. And this diaspora issue should focus on, one, exporting skills to UK. You see that Nigeria has a lot of advanced scale human resources. And you see that DK is dependent on Nigeria or human resources. So the president should look at a way of streamlining this to improve the welfare of Nigerians in diaspora, especially the ones that are engaged in improving UK economy. And this is the area that we need to look at least on this issue of visa. So Nigerians will be more benefit on regular migration, not irregular migration. And that will benefit Nigeria more. Because when you look at Nigeria...
just not to cut you short, but just to bring on board something that Mr. Paul Ejime spoke about earlier, in terms of the kind of skills we've exported to the UK. We are not necessarily being recognized for this, especially in the health sector. What concessions are being given to Nigeria in terms of when you process Nigerian migrants or whoever is moving to they make it so rigorous and all that. In spite of the fact that in many cases we've exported skills that are provided, that solutions are in those sectors in that country. We are not being recognized for that because it's as if it's just an interface between the person and the United Kingdom, as against Nigeria and United Kingdom saying, okay, Nigeria saying these are the number of skilled manpower that you are getting from this country, and we should be recognized or given some concessions based on the sheer number of, the kind of skills we provided for that country.
That is why you see that this visit now should focus and establish a sort of commission that will look into the welfare of Nigerians in diaspora. Because in the area of technology, Nigerians contributed. In the area of health, in the area of education. So you see that even in the area of the formal economy in the UK, Nigerians are contributing. So the issue, just like you mentioned, there should be a shift from individual engagement to a sort of collective engagement by the country, so that these Nigerians in diaspora can negotiate for better wages and better welfare for themselves. And this can be done only through the instrumentality of this diplomatic visit by the country. And you see that more use on daily basis. You see that Nigeria is coming up with more graduates. And you see that this is the time for us to export it to other countries and establish businesses. That Nigeria should have access to businesses in UK, so that most of the Nigerians that are going out can work in those businesses. And at the same time, we should also look inward for our own industrialization to add value to most of the agricultural products, just like you mentioned, the issue of yam, exporting yam. We can't export yam in its crude form. We need to add value to that yam before we can be able to export, to provide skilled manpower and employment for this use in the country, as well as Nigerians in diaspora. So at this era of economic development and in this era of reconfiguration of world politics and economy, there is need for us to add value to every product that we're exporting. And that is why I talk about the issue of refinery. So you see that they get more from crude in Nigeria. Is there need for us to improve on this crude so that we can have more markets and more penetration to the UK economy? And these are the focus areas that I want Nigeria to look into based on my personal advice in this particular issue.
All right, but you just touched on domestic competence in our manufacturing sector, especially perhaps beautification or strengthening the value chains before we export, so that at least the standard is assured even from here. Looking at the issue of the yam that we're talking about, we were supposed to have come up with researches to dewater the yam, to do all kinds. there was a test of, how long it would take, especially there was something from Benue State at the time, I think it was the University of Agriculture and all that, to make sure that, because you can't just take it in that form, because you have to dewater it according to what the scientists say. So perhaps we need to also tidy up, when we're going to a table like this, perhaps to also tidy up, our domestic competence in producing some of these things, so that we can now leverage on some of these agreements very quickly, as against sign the agreement before we now go back and then tidy up. It's better perhaps to go to the table from a position of strength and showing exactly what we are doing. But notwithstanding, there are opportunities on the table at the moment, especially in the agricultural sector, now that we have, some form of comprehensive resource inventory in the solid minerals industry, sector as well, and some other sectors coming up right now. We may be able to get some leverage from these kind of agreements. But beyond that, because this is just a two-day thing, what would you want to see immediately? Because after all this, pomp and pageantry and the color that we will see, what Mr. Paul Ejime spoke about is germane. How does it translate to coming to the table of the Nigerian? How does it impact the Nigerian, apart from the smiles? How do we begin to make it translate to tangibles on Nigerian tables?
Now, that's why I say that in modern diplomacy, you look at things that are achievable and see that must be achievable, well calculated and pragmatic in nature. When you look at the challenges a country is passing through, what are the challenges we are passing in this country? You see that one is on the cost of energy, fuel increase, which has impacted more on inflation in this country. Secondly, the issue of security. So in the short term, we should look at how to increase competition in the energy market so that the price of fuel will come down in this country. And when that comes down, it will have multiplier effect on the economy and the well-being and the standard of living of Nigerians. And that is why I say that this visit should focus more on economic aspect of diplomacy. And that is why, if you look tentatively into this visit, in the short run, we should focus on having access to UK market. Having access to UK market. And you see that opportunity drives innovation. And once that opportunity is being created for Nigerians, you know that Nigerians all over the world, we are known for our creativity. And once that opportunity is created, you see it will drive innovation and industrialization in this country. And that is what the British did during the colonial period. You see that they had the opportunity in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, that drove the British innovation and technology. So opportunity creates investment. And that is why this government, in the short term of these 2 days, they should think of how to create economic opportunities for Nigeria in the UK economy and the UK market. And it will drive technological and investment opportunities in this country.
All right, I got, just a lineup from my business correspondent, Benny Adams, who were talking about landmark agreements already signed under the UK-Nigeria Enhanced Trade Investment Partnership that you mentioned, ETIP. It says these deals span financial services, technology, education, manufacturing, reflecting a bilateral trade relationship now valued at 8.1 billion annually. Zenith Bank officially opened its Manchester branch on the 17th of March 2026. The move is expected to create some direct jobs and serve as precursor to a planned London Stock Exchange listing in 2027. Now we have Bank UK, that's Fidelity Bank, following the acquisition of Union Bank UK. The group has rebranded as Bank UK and established London as its global hub, with plans to double its UK workforce in later in the year. Then Lemfi is committed to investing £100 million over the next 5 years, designating London as its global headquarters. Moneypoint and Kuda Bank, both fintechs, are scaling their London-based teams. Moneypoint plans to reach 100 UK employees in 2026, while Kuda aims to double its UK footprint. So we have so many Nigerian businesses making inroads into UK. Manufacturing is also there. We have of course, UK institutions and Nigerian students that is already on it will know that very well. And of course, so many, different deals in maritime infrastructure. For instance, a landmark £746 million financing deal was witnessed by President Tinubu to refurbish the Lagos port complex, Apapa, and Tinkan Island port, supported by the UK Export Finance. And even in advertising and culture, a new strategic partnership between UK Advertising Exports Group and the Nigerian advertising sector has been signed. And of course, we also have the announcement of a UK-Nigeria season of culture scheduled for 2028. Those already are in the can. So we're expecting more. And you're talking about collaborations, of course, also in science and technology. I remember in the past decade, a little bit over a decade, when Nigeria launched a satellite in Yuzhny in Russia. The Nigerian satellite was done by Nigerian engineers in a facility in Surrey in the United Kingdom. So partnerships are on, but to maximize it is also an issue.
Now, when you look at this ETIP, the Enhanced Trade and Investment Partnership, I love the word partnership in that, because it will create about development initiatives. So when you look at this ETIB, it has 14 investment areas, and it has been formulated. So the short-term projection is full implementation of this 14-point agenda of ETIB. It will benefit Nigeria greatly, because this has been prepared since 2024. And the need now is for full implementation. And that is why this two-day visit should focus on full implementation of the 14 program investment areas of this ITIP. And the second one that was prepared before this visit was on UK-Nigeria security and defense partnership in 2014. So in this short term, Nigeria should also focus on full implementation of these security and defense partnership. And it will yield more, because that's why I say that the focus should be on economic and defense and security. Because in modern international diplomacy, you don't go with so many things at the same time. You go with things that are strategic for your country and things that are achievable within the short period of time. ETIP is achievable, and the security and defense partnership also is achievable at this particular period.
All right, let me see if Mr. Paul is still there listening to this conversation. We've spoken about what Nigeria can get from this and how we can maximize this visit as well to boost key areas of the nation's economy. But Mr. Paul, if you look at, I don't believe that the dear King, King Charles, loves us so much. That's why he just sent this invitation. There must be things in Nigeria that the United Kingdom is probably thinking of also maximizing this arrangement, to also benefit from. What could those things be, Mr. Paul?
Okay. Let me just add, by the way, or underline the fact that it's not the number of agreements that you have signed that will boost your international relations. Like the Prof said, the devil is in the implementation. You can sign 1,000 and then, nothing happens. So, but let me come here. Okay, what is in it? Well, I think it would be for the British to really, they know why they did that. But I can guess, because guess that the fact is, the whole world is getting choked up. The dynamics, the optics is now looking for new partners. Okay? The Europe and America, they are short, including France. France, given what has happened in the ECOWAS space. Everybody is now trying to come, look at Africa, because Africa is a virgin place. It has a lot of opportunities. It has a market, particularly Nigeria. And then, so they want to maximize that for their own national interest. And here, let me also underline the fact that your external relations or international relations is an aggregation, is a mirror of your, national policy orientation. So, and that is why I will want us to look at those areas where Nigeria is not doing well in terms of image, for instance. That is why one of our sisters here, Kenny, is so, whenever she's talking about whatever topics he picks up, you find her trying to talk about Nigeria in a negative way. How can we also bring Nigeria to... I know those responsible are just a few Nigerians, but they are causing problem in terms of their conduct. So we should also look at that, so that our image is such that when Nigeria stands up to talk. Remember in those days, there was Nigeria contributed to the independence of so many countries, African countries, particularly in Southern Africa. Why? Because it uses oil power. It was able to nationalize BP, the British Petroleum. It can talk. But how much is that today? Have we lost anything? Is there anything? So if we have, how can we regain that position? It's not enough for people to call us the giant of Africa or a hegemon in West Africa. We have to prove it. We have to show it. Okay, so what the British are looking for should be, let them work at it. But for us in Nigeria, what we will do is also to maximize whatever gain we are from any agreement we are making. If we put Nigerians first. No, because, like I said, your internal policy is a reflection of what you are doing outside. People are watching. People are also looking at how Nigeria is treating, how Nigerian government is treating Nigerians. And so if you are not treating Nigerians well, you don't expect others to treat your citizens, in a better way. So whatever goes wrong comes around. I would like to see Nigeria where we will be proud to go anywhere. People are looking at our green passport, and then to them, it reads fraud all over the place. When in fact, because of the conduct of a few Nigerians, when in fact, the majority of Nigerians that are outside are doing great, are contributing to the development of these countries. In the past, when we talked about brain drain, let me go back to that, because that's part of the issue that we need to address. Prof has already talked about it. It shouldn't be these individuals fighting to get good conditions. Like India has gone, even now that their visa issue, India has come to Nigeria, a former British colony too, to get a concession for his own students. Nigeria can do the same, so that many Nigerians are no longer considering Britain as their favorite destination for education because of the roadblocks that have been put there. That can be removed. And of course, they say some Nigerians are abusing that. So we also work on that, because you cannot be expected, when you are coming to just equity, you have to come with clean hands. So there's a lot to do. Not much can be done during these 2 days, I can tell you. But when now the diplomats now and the experts take over, they will now work on it, because remember that it's the technocrats that will work on what the presidents and the heads of state will sign off. So they have a lot of work to do to bring all this into the fore. Whatever is our priority, economic development, penetration, there is what they call quality assurance in our products. Let us make sure that I go to Nigeria. Please don't blame me if I'm talking about yam. Because when you are outside, you want to eat your local food. What I buy is yam from Ghana. Why are we not having it from Nigeria? We talked about it. It's about the chain. It has to meet international standard. We have to compete, because nobody is going to just allow you. So why is Ghana doing it and it's not Nigeria? So we have to look in all this. So everybody is involved. And every citizens of Nigeria should be an ambassador of the country, and not, there will be those a few who will be wayward or renegade, but let the majority, and also let the government make Nigeria feel, that they are on top of, feel the quality, whatever respect you have will depend on how your government treats you, or how your government treats their individuals. And what your government has done to make you ready to die for your country, And then, because that will depend on if your country is also ready to come to your aid when you have any issues, or provide for you the basics, education, food, hospital, good roads, infrastructure, all that. Let all that not be in the air. Let it be, something you can touch, you can feel as a Nigerian.
All right, Mr. Paul, I'll still stay with you a little bit. You just mentioned the fact that the opposition leader out there is Nigerian, of Nigerian descent, and of course, someone had a young education right here. Is there anything we could do in terms of our diaspora population, in terms of engagement with our diaspora population, when we talk about this image issue? Because it seems as if even Nigerians either born here or maybe with Nigerian ancestry are not also helping the narratives, as we've spoken about in terms of the head of the Tory party out there.
Yes, we have to do, of course, people have their own opinion. But if you have done your bit, if you have, and because some of the things he's saying, they look at if you have the engagement with our police or our justice system, or how we play our politics, or how we do our elections. Those are the things that matter, that count. We may, when we are doing it in Nigeria locally, you may think that they don't count. The world is now a global village. Whatever you are doing now is seen. If you're up there in Australia, so you can't hide. So that is the reason you have to do it right. You have to obey the laws. You have to, protect, respect laws, respect the rights of your citizens, and do elections the way it should be done. Do politics the way it should be done, and not do as if, with impunity. We have had a case, for instance, or two cases now, of a former governor that could not be convicted in Nigeria for corruption. But when he got to Britain, he was he pleaded guilty to those same similar charges that could not get him convicted in Nigeria. What does that say about our justice system? Today, too, another former minister is undergoing what is it called? A trial in Britain. But in Nigeria, I can tell you that in Nigeria, these are the things they are looking. How is our justice system? What is human rights? But these are the things that we say we are professing democracy. Let it not just be on paper. Not actualize it. Let it be seen, not just on paper. So I'm going into detail to tell you the job that we have to do for ourselves, both by the government, the media, the civil society, every citizen of Nigeria. We are all involved in that. How? By putting people who, that will represent us well, not because of their money, not because of tribe, not because of religion, but doing it the way that when this type of people, they can stand their own, even outside Nigeria, because they are also going to negotiate. They will be a representative outside. So why would we go for second 11 or third 11 when we can present our first 11? Let us put our best foot forward in everything, in politics, in economic, in social affairs, all that strata of life and segments of life. If we do that, we will command that respect so that nobody drags you out and on the queue. At the airport, you are traveling, they say because of your passport, they drag you, they keep you there. When you not ask, what offense have I committed? He said, they tell you, no, it's not about it, it's because of your passport. So let us work on that to make our passport respected and respectable.
Well, thank you very much. Let me assure Mr. Paul Ejime that you are in the first 11. That's why you've started this discussion with us early this morning. We'll keep you in the first. In fact, we are not ready to substitute you. So just wait online so that we continue to judge you together. Prof is still here. Prof, you listen to him. They say sometimes your character is a big part of diplomacy. When they see exactly what you portray in your country, people are eager to also engage with you. Beyond that, of course, we'll be looking at how things will trickle down to, to the different sectors that hopefully are in need of the keys of life, a shot in the arm for some of these key sectors. And of course, very shortly we will be having general elections, and Nigerians in the diaspora are saying they want to be a part of it. Of course, that may be difficult, but some of those things will be on the table when the Nigerian president perhaps will have an opportunity to speak with Nigerians in the United Kingdom.
Now, let me just emphasize on what he has said about the leader of the opposition. You see that nations use strategic relationship to achieve their interests. And that is why the leader of the opposition, who also has Nigerian heritage, what we should be looking at is not her comments, because those negative comments that she's making is an indirect way of making Nigeria to recognize her position. So what I will advise in this case is that the president should see a way to see her in this visit, because she's a potential prime minister of Britain, just like Israel did in Mexico. You see that the current president of Mexico is also a female, and it's also from Israel. And you see that for her to become a president in Mexico, Israel has now bilateral relationship and direct relationship with Mexico. And in that respect too, Nigeria should tap into that potential by bringing her closer to Nigeria, so that Nigeria can use her to achieve her basic interests, because she's a potential prime minister. So since the prime minister of Britain, Nigeria should also make a room to see her, which is also the leader of the opposition, and not looking at the negative comment that she's made. Those negative comments in international politics can be turned into positive outcomes. And that is what we should be looking at. That's why I said that should be the immediate area now. And also in the area, because one thing about diplomacy is what you can achieve at the shortest possible time to advance your interests. So in that area also, Nigeria need to have a meeting in terms of democracy. You see that there are a number of Nigerians that occupy strategic position in the U.S. in terms of their political affairs. That when the president is meeting Nigerians in diaspora, he should focus on this group of people, the key political actors that are of Nigerian origin, so that Nigeria can benefit politically from their positions in that particular country. And also in the issue of democracy, you see that democracy is relative. It's a relative concept. So the views of Nigerians in diaspora can easily be accommodated in Nigerian political system. So these are some of the key things that we need to look at. So in terms of democracy, though they may not vote at this present time, but future framework can easily be developed for them to participate directly in Nigerian politics, so that they can contribute also in political and economic and social development of this country.
Because that emotional, psychological, and social link to the people will be maintained. It won't be as if they are too far away from their country. All right, good points you have made. Let's take one more story. The arrival of President Bola Tinubu and his entourage to the United Kingdom on a state visit shows the relationship that history initiated, but commerce and technology are keeping the relationship stronger. At this point, the world is watching a new handshake, one built on investment, innovation, and a shared global ambition. Benny Adams has that report.
For decades, the economic story between Nigeria and the United Kingdom was written in the language of assistance. It was a story of donor and recipient, a relationship often laced with good intentions but limited growth. But today, in Ondo State, it is a different story where $40 million investment from the UK's British International Investment isn't just help, it is a bet on Nigerian cocoa, Nigerian labor, and a global supply chain that now runs directly from Gulf of Guinea to the shelves of British supermarkets. This is the enhanced trade and investment partnership in action. It is the first of its kind between the UK and the African nation, and it has fundamentally changed the sitting chart. The numbers tell the tale. Nigeria is not just talking about boxes of grain anymore. Talking about Nigerian banks becoming the primary destination for UK capital, accounting for 65% of all foreign inflows into the country this last year. From the DCTS trade scheme, which allows almost everything in Nigeria to enter British ports duty-free, to the UK universities now opening physical campuses on Nigerian soil, the dynamic has flipped.
Services, whether it's in tech, financial services, technology, agri-services, educational services, health services, all the services that Nigerians do so well. And we focused on exports of services. How can we dollarize? How can we attract foreign investment and export proceeds through exports of services? So we prioritized business operations, outsourcing of business operations. We have an intervention on that, so that Nigerian youth can have jobs right from here in Nigeria. They don't need to jackpot. They can earn foreign exchange right from here. We're on a good time zone. We're an English-speaking population, and Nigerian youth are entrepreneurial, dynamic, mentally agile.
The old donor model was about keeping a ship afloat. This new strategic partnership is about building a faster ship together. It hasn't been a seamless journey, but the tone has shifted. When the president of Nigeria stands in Downing Street today, he isn't there to collect a check. He is there to sign a contract. In Abuja, Benny Adams, NTA News.
Thank you, Benny. I know you have been looking at those sectors and counting every penny. We'll be looking at all that, of course, in the course of this visit, and of course, I'll be seeing that, of course, in your packages, so that we see what exactly should be coming in profit. I saw, Benny, there are some agreements being seen, and I saw in Ondo State he was mentioning the cocoa value chain, which you mentioned earlier, talking about domestic competencies in the manufacturing sector, in the agricultural sector. Before you get your things to standard, you will get customers.
Yes, that's exactly, I think his comment and your remark is very wonderful. That is where Nigeria is focused. Any agreement that Nigeria should be signing now in terms of economy should not focus on export of raw materials. Because when you look at the history of Britain and Nigeria from 1960 to 1989, you see, it is based on export of raw materials. And that is why this visit now by the president is more spectacular, because of the fact that we should focus on industrial strength. Because you see one thing in international politics and diplomacy, nations with strong industrial strength have comparative advantage in terms of signing MOUs. So we should focus on increasing our industrial strength. And what do we do it? Just by the suggestion you have just made, adding value to our agricultural products, even on the crude before export. That will attract more foreign exchange. That will attract more economic influence. Because what we also have at the back of our mind is that you see that in the current period, contemporary era, now after the era of globalization, you see that what is driving diplomacy now is nationalism. That is why in West Africa you have Russia, you have US, and you have UK, and you have China. So what is driving the contemporary diplomatic interest of nations now is nationalism, not globalization. That is why whenever you see Trump talking, he talks about America first. Nigeria should also believe Nigeria first in any agreement that we are signing, so that we can have more comparative advantage. Like, for instance, this agreement, you see that UK has done their strategic homework, verified. They are focused on what they will benefit from Nigeria. The agreement they are signing, UK is trying to have more comparative advantage. And that is why this should be based on partnership, interdependency. Each of the parties shall benefit equally. And that is what the president should be looking at in this signing of agreement. It's no longer based on model of dependency, but now on model of interdependency. Because from 1960 to this period, Nigeria has grown in terms of influence in West Africa, in terms of influence in world politics. So now we are not coming into this agreement based on point of weakness, but on the point of strength. so that we can benefit adequately from the comparative advantage. Because UK now has a sister from EU, and you see that they are trying to get more partners and allies all over the world, particularly in Africa. And what are those allies for? They will encourage you to export raw materials, but this time around, we don't need to export raw materials anymore. We must add value to any product that we are exporting. What makes America great is because of economy, it's because of industrial power. What makes China great today in world politics and diplomacy is industrial power. And that is what we need to focus on. What will make us to increase our level of industrialization.
Mr. Paul, you had Prof. Beyond the visit, what would you like to see in the coming days, especially in terms of key sectors of the nation's economy? It's just not because of our partnership, the agreements we'll see on the table today, but moving forward, Nigeria as an entity and its journey into industrialization and food development, what would you like to see in terms of our collective aspirations and our destination?
Okay, one, well, I'm going to maybe go very rudimentary here, is our penchant. We tend to, there is this orientation, I don't know what notion that whatever comes abroad is superior to what we have. And I heard Prof talking about make Nigeria first. And making Nigeria first should not just be when you are talking international relations. It has to start from home. Charity begins at home. You will see the vehicle that is chauffeuring Mr. President and all that, or other places that you go. Some of these vehicles are made, or most of the things are made in that country. Nigeria is also, should encourage, local industry, the development, don't put them in a very difficult position. Because you can't even, for instance, people will prefer foreign rice to the ones made in Nigeria. And Nigeria can actually look at it. The agricultural potentials are too much that we have not even explored that. But we are looking at the one we want to consume, the one of good quality. Why can't we produce it? Why can't we use our own cars? Why can't the people in the assembly or everywhere use cars that are not better manufactured or assembled in Nigeria? If you go to India, that's what everywhere. So let's begin this Nigeria first at home with Nigerian goods before we move abroad. Okay. The other one, the other issue I want to elevate is the problem you talked about diaspora. The communities that are here, what they are facing. Some of them that there is a shock culture differential, and some people face a culture shock, culture assimilation. When you have children here that are not guided, they follow the Western pop culture. They usually stray. The community here, some of them are dealing with mental health issues or whatever, and when they are here because of the differential in the way children are brought up, they go astray, and some of them are on the street. They are not for even those who are sent to come and study. They are pursuing other things because nobody, when you are 18 or whatever here, nobody tells you what to do. They say you are an adult, you can take. Nigeria needs to work on that. I know there's an organization, GCK Collective, that is trying to help some Nigerians that have strayed. The culture is different. For instance, here, one example, those things that we take for granted at home, that maybe when there is an accident, you jump to come and help. When you do it here, you are going to run into trouble with the police. Those who do not have that kind of reorientation, they usually get into trouble. Hence, you find some Nigerians now who are abroad returning their children back to because they think the background is not there. I think the way we are still doing it in our culture is good. There are things we can take from other people, but let us maintain our own tradition and culture that are good. There are some harmful cultural practices, but value system, to teach the child that good name is better than riches, is better than money. This get rich overnight. I hope I'm not preaching. But
go ahead,
one issues that are facing our Nigerian community here, which those at home can also assist, and those who are here, to raise up children that maybe we will also have a prime minister of Nigerian descent, who will not be talking down Nigeria, but will be proud that she is from Nigeria. So these are the work that we have to do, whether you are in the diaspora, whether you are at home. So it is, before you now expand it, you may think that is, what am I talking about? Value system. The value family system has become dysfunctional. It has collapsed. We need to work at it, both from home, and then make sure that what we're exporting, not just goods, because we're exporting human beings. Let us send the best of us, and retain, make the best at home, so that our country can be great or become greater, and then put our best foot forward as the ambassadors of our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Ejime. I understand what you are saying. We've seen young students, being sent back from UK and in different places because the parents still just can't stand how they are developing in the diaspora, because naturally they send them back. Then some of us here would also say, please keep your child. We don't want. Oh my God. Let's move on, please. Prof, you are here, and he has raised several questions. We are not exporting just goods. We are exporting human beings. And when you are exporting human beings, image is necessary. Image is important, because the perception of one Nigerian affects the other. And so perhaps that's also an aspect of diplomacy that Nigeria should also work on, because any Nigerian leaving the shores is an ambassador of the country, though not a formal one, but that is what he is. Because when you, I've seen in UK papers, when a Nigerian is representing them, they say Britain. Somebody will call him, Bukayo Saka, for instance, is from England now, but we know his family here in Nigeria. But if he's somebody who commits an offense in the United Kingdom, they say Nigerian, who is here in the United Kingdom. So how do we begin to, distill all this and make sure that our image is in pristine condition?
You see, one basic thing here is this. You see that the character of a nation determines its stance in international politics. And the character of an individual is a reflection of the character of the state. So what you emphasize, what you are saying is actually the point. And one thing we should always understand is that, just like I have mentioned, traditional values. You see that these traditional values and socialization process starts from the family circle. And if you can be able to groom our children in a way that they can be a formidable ambassadors of this country, because diplomacy move from state to state, the value to people diplomacy. And because of this, the character of people matters. And we're exporting skills now, which is more or less exporting more of human values to that particular country, to UK. So what we are going to look at in this process is that if you see children that are trained in Nigeria and the one that are trained abroad, because the westernization process, once you go there, the westernization culture will gradually erode the traditional African culture in you. So what we need to do at that particular level is that the families abroad should also ensure that their children are groomed in the African culture. Because when you look at most of the parents in Nigeria today, they want their children to speak more English. And you see that language is important in molding an individual. If your children only speaks English, they will think and reason in the context of other people's culture. But when you teach your children the language, either Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba, you teach them the indigenous language. You want them to think in that language, because technology listens to the language of the people. Look at the Chinese. whenever any technology they're exporting to you is in their language, Germany, UK, America, the technology of humans are driven by their own languages. Because when you take your own language, you understand nature more and how to convert nature into positive outcomes in the society. So our Nigerian parents should actually develop a link between Western culture, where it stops, and African culture, where it's supposed to be, so that we can have individuals in diaspora that can represent the character of Nigeria. Just like you mentioned, you say that when they do right, they call them the British citizens, but when they do wrong, they classify them as Nigerians. So you see that in every international engagement, nations aspire to have hegemony, and that hegemony is driven by values. So the Nigerian culture should be developed in a way that Nigeria should not only sell their skills, but also sell their values to the international system.
Thank you very much. Let's take one more. I think in terms of the value and relations, Musa Abubakar came up with a package, and it says President Bola Tinubu's visit to the United Kingdom is placing renewed focus on the development partnership between the United Kingdom and Nigeria as both countries seek to deepen cooperation in trade, investment, and economic reforms. The engagement is expected to strengthen ongoing programs coordinated by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office to support governance reforms, climate resilience, and job creation across Nigeria.
Nigeria and the United Kingdom has grown beyond diplomacy into a development alliance shaping economic growth and social progress.
We already have a strategic partnership which covers different sectors. We're also looking at opportunities in digital technology, in IT, in the startup ecosystem. So particularly business process outsourcing, we see it as a solution to migration.
Between 2015 and 2022, the UK committed about £1.96 billion in development support to Nigeria, funding programs that strengthen institutions, expand education, and create economic opportunities. Working through the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, both countries continue to implement initiatives that touch millions of lives. In 2024, the partnership deepened with £272.6 million in new agreements targeting governance reforms, climate resilience, and critical infrastructure. Economic cooperation is also expanding, with investments from British International Investment supporting agriculture, energy, and small businesses, while bilateral trade between the two countries now exceeds £7 billion annually. From farms to classrooms, the impact is growing. UK-backed agricultural programs are supporting 3.79 million farmers, while education initiatives have helped over 8 million Nigerian children access better learning opportunities. Health programs are also strengthening Nigeria's response to diseases such as malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS. With billions invested and millions reached, the partnership between Nigeria and the United Kingdom continues to build pathways towards sustainable growth and shared prosperity. In Abuja, Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Thank you, Musa, for that package. You listen to Musa and how, we continue to strengthen these partnerships. And beyond the UK, so many other opportunities are all over the world for Nigerians. We have, a big population, and we have the skills as well. In terms of, some of these inroads we are making, of course, we know that the administration is rounding off its first term, and, but what can we begin to bring on board, especially in terms of our relationship with Nigerians in diaspora? So sometimes we can, for instance, we used to have, doctors come in, engage with, some of the Nigerians who are born abroad, come and make interventions here. Do we still have such programs?
You see, one thing about such interactions at that level diaspora, you see that countries look at one thing, the economic strength of any country. And how do you measure the economic strength? You look at the exchange rate. If your exchange rate is lower, if your exchange rate has depreciated for a period of time, you see that you cannot attract diasporas to come into your country. Why is it that, what are the push factors that make people to migrate? One is exchange rate. And that exchange rate attracts more migration into your country. So what Nigeria should be doing now is that as the exchange rate is now gaining value, the government should put in more efforts to strengthen the Naira. Because once you strengthen the Naira, you attract more investment and you make the diasporas to come back to Nigeria. And that will help to improve the industrial base of this country. So what I'm saying is, you see the cost of energy. Nigeria should work strategically to reduce the cost of energy, particularly fuel. Because when it has to...
I'm even talking about Nigerians who are already there for years, like we've seen in Pakistan, in India, in Israel, professionals going back to assist in those key sectors.
The economic environment must be very good for them to come back.
Not necessarily staying for so long. It's just perhaps transfer knowledge, help in sectors that are a little bit, challenged and all that.
You see what we still have about transfer of knowledge? You see that in Nigeria today, we have a pool of scholars that have knowledge. The only thing, in terms of knowledge, the era where Nigerians are looking up to the Western countries to acquire knowledge has gone. It's now based on interaction and cooperation. Because of the fact that the ones in diaspora can actually come to Nigeria. Because when you go to most of Nigerian universities, you see Indians, you see people from UK teaching Nigerian universities. And you see that they are there as regular lecturers up to today, talking from what I've seen. So you see that, one, their only complaint is that the exchange rate. That's what they are complaining. But they are still in Nigeria teaching, doing research, collaborating with Nigerian lecturers. And also you see Nigerians also in Nigeria today also having a research collaboration with other scholars. So what we need to do now, based on this visit, is for the president to have a sort of meeting with the diaspora and encourage them, even on the short time, on the medium time, to come back to Nigeria and see how they can improve some of the key areas in this country, particularly, just like Musa has mentioned in this, particularly in the area of technology, in the area of research, because nations develop through research and investment.
All right, Mr. Paul, you've listened to some of the things that we've spoken about. In terms of your interaction with Nigerians in the diaspora, especially those in the United Kingdom, is the diaspora voting issue still very strong on the table? And how quickly would you want it to be an issue that perhaps will come to actualization in our electoral processes?
So, just like it happens with other nationalities in the diaspora, it will be their wish and desire to have a say on, in the election of those who govern their country. Because at one point, even when you are not going back or you are visiting from time to time, you also have children. We are looking at the future. So it is still work in progress, because you remember they have passed the Electoral Act, the amendment. It didn't, nobody, I don't think it wasn't captured there. But that is also, I've told you the number, and the number I mentioned is not all of them will vote. But like the thing to do is to make home sweet home. Make the ease of doing business very, because I know that some people have even tried. You talked about these missions that health professional doctors do. They do it because that's the only thing. Many would like to come back home and establish. But the environment is not, they complain about the environment. It is hostile. Is either you are defrauded of your money, or there is no the policy. Government has not put in place. Government should not shouldn't provide employment for everybody, but provide what it takes for businesses to thrive. Like Prof has said, electricity. You don't have to go and become your own electricity generating or distributing company. You don't have to supply your own water. You need roads, good roads to ply on. You have kids. You need to send your children to good schools, quality schools. If you are driving, the roads should be good, not death traps. So these are, we have at home, the government and the people have a lot to do to make home conducive, to make home a place where business can thrive. You have seen what even billionaires like Alhaji Dangote, what they are going through, trying to put in place on the issue of trying to stop this shameful thing of a producing country having to suffer fuel scarcity from time to time. Now you see what he has gone. How many people will? So make it simple for the struggling or the average person who wants to come home to set up the health workers. If they have some of them, if they have the condition were right, I know many of them will set up at home. So that is what we'll have to work at. And those are, even when we are trying to attract foreign investment too. What has happened to our local investors? And because that is what they say, that the rat at home will tell the mouse in the bush that this is where the food store. If things are not good for those at home, nobody is going to come. Foreigners will not, because they are also following what is happening in the country. Like I said, it is a global village, everybody knows. And you know the reason many of them are still here in Nigeria is because they have weighed the risk, and they know, for instance, the oil companies, they are still doing, because if they went to other places, it will not, they won't get as much profit as they are getting in Nigeria. That's why some of them are still there. Otherwise, some have divested, some have left. We shouldn't be doing that when we are supposed to be attracting. In fact, it will be the people, they should be rushing. Investors should be rushing to come and invest in Nigeria and create employment. Nigeria has the human capital, you have labor that can work there, create employment. So all this issue about people crying that government should create jobs for them, they find it. And when you are, again, let's go back to this as some of these agreements they are signing. Let it be the type that will come home. If you are setting up a factory, don't go and import. Set up the company, the factory at home to create for Nigerians. Okay, you can give them, you can incentivize them, give holiday, and whatever waivers, and make it, very friendly for them to invest. But it cannot be on paper. It has to be seen to be working. Otherwise, all we are doing is just talk. The proof of the pudding, they say, is in the eating.
All right, and that's quite some pudding you served this morning. But very quickly, let's look at the lineup of activities at the top of the hour. Activities will begin in London at Datchet Road, Windsor Castle for the ceremonial welcome by the royal family. And then, of course, the president and his wife will have audience with the king at Windsor Castle. After that, they will have activities at Vickers Hall in Windsor. And, of course, later in the day, we have the state banquet hosted by the king himself, King Charles. And we'll have the Prince and Princess of Wales and other members of the King's Court in attendance. On Thursday, which is tomorrow, at about 11, we have the laying of the wreath at Westminster Abbey. And, of course, the visit to 10 Downing Street That is the office of the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. That one will be at about midday, and then, of course, we have bilateral, discussions and agreements and talk with the Prime Minister. After that, the First Lady will be at the church service, and of course, reception. There will be a reception by Nigerians in the United Kingdom also on Thursday. So it's a full itinerary, and of course, it will be full engagement for the Nigerians, the Nigerian delegation to the United Kingdom, and of course some familiar faces will be seeing themselves again, because of course we have a lot of Nigerians in the United Kingdom, and it's been an opportunity to see family members coming in from Nigeria, as well as, of course, old friends chit-chatting while we sign some agreements and, of course, rekindle this spirit of brotherhood with the United Kingdom. Prof is still here. Prof, it's a loaded package for the president. He's going to visit several places and have audiences with the king, the prime minister, as well as Nigerians in the United Kingdom. Beyond all this, of course, the business of running the state would commence again after this weekend. But for Nigerians in the diaspora, what would you be expecting, especially when they have the session with their president?
I think what they should be expecting is on how to make them more relevant in that host country. Because one thing about diplomacy is that you are citizens that are resident in other countries are part, their interests and their welfare is part of your national interest. So in their meeting with the president, they should be open to tell the president the challenges they are facing through. Because most of these challenges can only be done through diplomatic intercourse between the states. So that when the president meets the Prime Minister of Britain, he can use the state influence to solve some of those challenges and make Nigerians that are in UK more relevant and make them to contribute not only in the UK economy and also to contribute to the Nigerian economy. And secondly, the diaspora should also be open to talk about the potentials and opportunities in that country. They should be open to tell the president the opportunities and the potentials in that country that will help Nigeria in strategic planning, so that when the president comes back home, he will look into the weaknesses and the strengths and come up with policy actions or policy statements that will make Nigeria more active and benefit more from this visit. And that is why I say that there is need to talk about strategic interests that are achievable, so that the diaspora will help the country to identify such specific interests that can be achieved within the short run, medium term, and long term.
All right, thanks so much, Prof. Another Prof just joined us via Zoom, so it's no longer Mr. Ejima alone. Another Prof has joined us via Zoom, so that Mr. Ejima will not be lonely on Zoom. Professor Ken Ife, development economist and microeconomic policy analyst, is joining us from Abuja this time via Zoom. I've been watching closely this engagement between Nigeria and the United Kingdom, and of course, the official ceremony is just about half an hour away. What are your expectations from the economic front?
Look, I have lived in UK for 45 years. I represent the view of Nigeria. There are almost 1 million of them. And London is the biggest concentration of Nigerians outside of Nigeria, not just followed by Texas. The thing is this. We've moved away over the years from simple diplomatic courtesies and cooperation and all of that to very serious business, which is the bilateral treaty, the bilateral investment framework. We are now on solid ground, solid. An agreement that we refused to sign in 2012, I was the UK trade advisor to Nigerian government in 2011-2012. I husbanded Nigeria's entry into the WTO trade facilitation agreement by implementing that in the country, all over the country. I can tell you that we refused to sign the European Economic Partnership Agreement because it wasn't what we expected. We refused because they wanted us to continue to export raw materials and simply consume produce process. They wanted 80% for what? Disregarding the fact that we have Africans, with Japan, China, India, all of those, we said, no, we're not going to sign. So, luckily for us, UK has come out of Europe and they played the deal. They did the deal with us. Over 6,000 items, liberalized, anything and everything we wanted is in that agreement. And that agreement has moved the bilateral treaties that you can have investment protection. Now, as a diaspora, our money is not different from many other money from any other country coming to Nigeria. It's the same investment. It requires protection. We want to do PPP. If you look at the development plan, the Nigerian government says we need 350 trillion, but we can only bring 50 trillion. So private sector can bring 200 trillion. And so the same private sector, whether in Nigeria or abroad, are prepared to bring investment and need protection. There's also the need for security, we know that, and UK is helping us on that front, training our force, but we need security of investment. We are all involved in one PPP or the other. We get treated sharply by ministers and agents of government that are there to exploit you. You want to bring investment to your own homeland, people are demanding money from you, people blocking you. We can't do that. Our money is not counterfeit, it's not different from any other investor's money coming into Nigeria. So also, if of doing business is required for each and everybody coming in or out, and we have to take very seriously the opportunity that UK has presented to Nigeria to bring in investment here to add value to our resources and then export into African countries. So it is a rare privilege. And all the other countries like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Germany, they're all Turkey, Brazil, they're all coming in under the same investment framework, the same bilateral treaty to do the business here, add value to what we have and re-export them either in their own countries or in Africa. So that is the way to go. And we're not looking for any other new conditions. There's nothing else to talk about. The president knows what he needs to do. He already has a bill sitting with him from both houses of Senate and House of Reps saying impose 30% mandatory value addition on our raw materials so that we can create a floor. People can now confidently bring in money and equipment to process your crops and whatever solid mineral and then export outside. And if you don't follow an export-led investment strategy, growth strategy, we're just going to be wasting our time. Europe, not even Europe, China did the same export-led strategy to take 400 million out of poverty. Korea, Malaysia and Indonesia, 200 million out of poverty. India, 200 million out of poverty because they followed export-led growth strategy. So stop exporting your raw material because you're exporting your jobs and importing poverty. Open the door so that people can bring in their equipment there in your free trade zone, process what you have, and export to their own country under these bilateral treaties that we are having, and then also export to Africa. That is the simple message. You don't need to shout it. They know, and then we have to follow the agenda.
Thank you, Prof. I must say you're looking well. It's been a while. Thank you very much for your thank you very much for your interaction and, of course, the intervention and your fashion. We always appreciate. Prof is also here. Has been speaking about Nigeria's interest. Mr. Paul, you heard from Professor Ken Ife talking about Nigeria negotiating from a position of strength and attaching more importance to value addition from here and perhaps making sure that in any, agreement we do not suffer fools.
Yeah, thank you. And Prof, thank you and welcome. Well, you can see the passion with which he's speaking. This is with somebody who was involved in trying to get an agreement together or to pursue a particular trajectory. Because that is part of our problem, my brother, that at times we do not follow up. There is no consistency in what we do. The one government will come, they sign an agreement, or they don't say they are not approved by the next government. There has to be consistency. There has to be, and then some seriousness attached to it. And so that the countries those we are dealing with, is no longer a Nigerian affair when you are signing in something with another country, bilateral, multilateral. And let me also add here, the opportunity that this brings, this type of visit, is that if we get Britain on our side, Britain is a member of the Security Council, those who wield veto. We are talking about how Nigeria will become a permanent member of the Security Council of the. So it can also go into taking forward the bilateral that they can speak for Nigeria when you are now in other fora. So that is the benefit that this kind of thing will do. But we need to do our homework. We cannot be a haphazard kind of thing, or you bring people, and also depends on the people you put in charge, because it matters. You need to bring those who understand what we're talking about, because it's not job for the boss. It's not for political patronage. So that is why times we have square pegs, round holes. That is why when one person will come with all the zeal, do whatever is necessary to move something forward. Another will come, maybe out of the fact incompetence of that their priority is different. It is about self and not about our nation. Then you get all these things wrong. So we have to be intentional. We have to be strategic. We have to be very committed to whatever we are doing. If we have any agreement, we don't treat it like, let us treat it with seriousness so that the world will take us serious. Unless and until that, I think, no matter the number of agreements you sign and they are not implemented, we will still be, Fela will say, perambulating. Let us move forward. There shouldn't be motion without movement and positive movement. Let's do that so that we don't have many. In the 80s, it was Andrew. Now it's Japa syndrome. Let the people who are there, how can we make hope better for those who are Japa to Japada? These are the things we will do, and it comes from home. Home, there is we say charity begins at home. If we can't do it, get it right at home. Forget we can't do it with other people because they are watching us. The whatever we are doing, they know whether we are getting it right, and that is the way they will treat us. So import, export, whatever, crude oil, any country that exports primary products is actually shooting itself on the foot, because what you are doing, you are developing the economy of other countries and impoverishing, like Prof said, impoverishing your own. The processing of crude oil there's so many products that can come from crude oil. And even yam that we're sending in the way we are doing it, tubers or processed and other materials. We can do it when it is processed. We get, the maximum benefit from it. Rather than giving other people, selling it above rock bottom price, and then buying it on like people exporting cocoa seed, and then buying Bonvita and cocoa products at cutthroat prices. It is self-inflicted in that way, because why can't you do it in a way that you are selling the final processed product that will give you more? Instead of, and let me also go back to this thing. Let us be proud of what we produce at home, Nigeria first. Let us not be, helping other people, other economies. You buy car, you buy, our taste for foreign produced items is such that will not help our economy. We also have to advise ourselves to know that when let us produce what we eat, and then be able to export, go to the other people and make money, make foreign exchange. You've talked about the exchange rate. If you like, what at times some people do is to prop it up and it becomes the exchange rate is it becomes artificial. We want the exchange rate that is market force driven, but driven by market forces, not the one that you want to do. That is called fire brigade of interim. No, when you allow it to go, let the market forces be the one that will determine what the foreign exchange will be, or exchange rate, not the one that you... Naira had been over the years propped up in a way that what we were having was artificial. That the government was even printing money to support it, or doing some mop-up, you go and mop up dollar, so that Naira exchange rate will come down. It will boomerang. Let us be sincere to ourselves too about what we are doing. Let the advisors advise those in charge properly, not to advise because of their pockets. Let us look at the bigger picture for Nigeria of the future, not even of today. For our children, we are losing many of them to foreign countries. They are looking for so-called better life. Why can't they find better life at home? Who has taken the better life of Nigerians? Who took it away? Please, for the Nigerian children, please bring that better life back home, so that everybody home, switch home. Let me land on that.
All right, but I agree with you, although home to you right now is in the UK. You just mentioned something about Andrew in the 80s. Andrew, don't check out. These days, we are only appealing...
No, I have not checked out.
No, Mr. Ejima, you said Andrew, don't check out. That was the slogan in the 80s. Now we are appealing to Andrew. We are appealing to Andrew's children to come from time to time.
No, they should be coming from...
Yes.
Join activities there in the United Kingdom. As soon as we have live signals in a couple of moments, we will join the United Kingdom for activities to host the state visit, of course, of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, as well as top government functionaries, which include the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, there in the United Kingdom. We'll be looking at that shortly. But to close this session, Prof, what are your thoughts talking about this entire visit, what it means to Nigeria and Nigerians, of course, also Nigerians in diaspora as well?
I think this visit is very strategic in nature, especially at this era of post-Cold War period. Very strategic. Because one thing about post-war era is driven by economic interests. So I think the president understands it. That was why I think he invited Gowon to the villa to have a sort of strategic discussion with him, so that he can combine the post-colonial era with the present era. I think it's well prepared for this visit. I think the main focus of this visit is to gain comparative advantage for Nigeria in terms of economy and in terms of security. Because the economic environment and security determines the strength of any nation. And that's why I continue to emphasize industrial strength gives you better comparative advantage in diplomacy and the conduct of international affairs.
Professor Kenife, your first intervention was exhaustive, but what do you want us to take away from this visit? After this state visit, what would you like the government of the day to take away from it?
It's very historical. We must grab the moment and do something positive with it. Because here you are talking about all the indicators that are required for this development, economic development of Nigeria to happen, are positive and convergent. You have the Nigerian diaspora on the other side that represent both consumption power in the UK and also a gateway to Europe, and also represent something that they are bringing into this country. Can you imagine how many billions of dollars that are invested here as remittance? And we're saying now here is a historical opportunity of an economic pact that can translate those remittances into proper investment opportunities. And on the other hand, you have a government that has left Europe and now searching for new friends and have developed a treaty agreement with you, bilateral treaty, different from everything they have had before, and says we want to come down here and do business. And it's not just business with Nigeria, but business through Nigeria to the rest of Africa. And then you have the Nigerian government that is needing help in security, which UK does provide because they've been training our forces. And that will lead security intelligence in the whole of Europe. That's why they didn't want them to go. So you've got a lot to gain from Europe, Britain. Britain is Nigeria is the diplomatic backyard of Britain. So when we talk about Security Council, you have all these areas, and Commonwealth, of course, they represent gravitas. So we need to work with them and do it economically. No longer talk. And you don't forget anything you do here. The people NTA, everybody around the world knows. So they know when you're serious or when you want just to opportunity. So let's get our hands together and do what we need to do. And the opportunity is here. Thank you.
All right, before I take Mr. Paul Ejima, let's take this special package by Justin Bem Unyi, who's talking about President Tinubu taking Nigeria back into the spotlight in the United Kingdom.
In diplomacy, moments like these are rare, and when they come, they carry the weight of history. As Bola Ahmed Tinubu steps into Britain's highest diplomatic stage, nearly 4 decades after Nigeria's last state visit, this moment is no longer just symbolic. It is unfolding at the heart of royal ceremony and global diplomacy. At Windsor Castle, the Nigerian president is being hosted by King Charles III and Queen Camilla, in a visit defined by tradition, prestige, and strategic intent. Today, the stakes are higher and the expectations sharper. From ceremonial welcomes and military parades to closed-door bilateral talks and a state banquet, every element of this visit reflects the highest level of diplomatic engagement the United Kingdom can offer. Nigeria and Britain share a long and complex relationship, shaped by history, strengthened by trade, and sustained by deep cultural ties. With Nigeria navigating economic reforms and global pressures, this visit presents a critical opportunity to attract investment, deepen trade partnerships, and strengthen cooperation in key sectors, including security, technology, and migration. For Britain, Nigeria remains a vital partner, Africa's most populous nation and one of its most influential economies. But back home in Nigeria, the expectations are grounded in everyday realities. Not the ceremony, not the protocol, but results. Results that translate into jobs, into investment, into tangible economic progress. Because while the images from Windsor Castle project prestige and history, the real measure of this visit will not be in tradition, but in transformation. Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
Prof, we thank you for your time. We understand that we still have about half an hour or so to go before the ceremony will begin over there in the United Kingdom. So we'll just look at some of the key elements in terms of this visit. Like I said earlier, it's quite a loaded visit. We'll have activities at Datchet Road shortly at about 12:45 Nigerian time, 12:45 p.m. Nigerian time. Activities at Datchet Road, Windsor Castle for ceremonial welcomes, audience with the King thereafter at Windsor Castle. And that will also have, of course, the King's Court in attendance, including the Prince and Princess of Wales, and, of course, other members of the royal family. And then we have activities at Vickers Hall, Windsor. After that, the day will conclude with the state banquet hosted by King Charles III himself. And, of course, on Thursday, wreath laying at Westminster's Abbey at about 11 o'clock Nigerian time, and then a visit to 10 Downing Street. That is the Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office. There will be discussions with the Prime Minister, and of course, there will be bilateral engagements between the Nigerian ministers as well as their counterparts in the United Kingdom. So we're seeing a loaded two-day package, and of course after that on Thursday, the first family, Nigeria's president, will meet with the Nigerians in diaspora as well to take in their views as well as maybe concerns about their own activities out there in the United Kingdom as well. Talking about, historically, and Mr. Paul Ejime alluded to that at the beginning of the discussion, it's been a little bit lopsided in the past when we look at our historical ties. Even the infrastructure provided by the British while here as colonial masters, it was to service their own economic interests, where our raw materials were, where our resources were where they laid their train tracks. This wasn't perhaps for transportation purposes within the country itself. And of course, some other engagements after that did not particularly show that it was more, it was a little bit lopsided. And you've spoken about partnerships as against agreements. In that case, that means, of course, the wording and the intent is different this time around.
Yes, just like you just said, the wording and the context of the agreement must take a new dimension to reflect the current trends in world politics. Like, for instance, when you look at the period, that's why we say that deficit is more remarkable and more symbolic in nature. Because when you look at the history of Nigerian engagement with UK, in 1965, Tabile Belewan went to UK on a state visit. Against 73, Gowan went there. Then 81, Sehu Shagari was there, and 89, President Babangida was there. So you see that when you look at the dimensions or dimensions an international event at this era, it was a period of the Cold War, where nations are trying to aspire to have hegemonic influence, to have hegemonic influence, and the political interest was more on the table at that particular period. But in this period, what is on the table is economic deals. And these economic deals, no nation can negotiate from a point of weakness. Like, for instance, you see most Nigerians say, we are going to Britain to benefit from them. You see that in international politics, no nation gives you a free gift. When you are thinking of benefiting from them or getting S from them, you see that you sign concessions that will reflect their own interest, not their interest. And that is why you see that in this era, no nation goes into diplomatic visit or negotiation expecting what you're going to benefit. You have to bring things on the table. You negotiate and have a sort of parity in benefits. And that's why in this visit now, the UK should bring their own interests on the table, their own demands. And Nigeria will bring their own interests and demands on the table. And there should be parity in negotiation so that each of the parties will benefit. Because when you look at the trend in West Africa today, why is it that most of the world powers are coming to West Africa? That is the first question that we need to ask. Because behind every bilateral or multilateral engagement or agreement, there is strategic motive. So we need to understand the strategic motive of Britain in this visit. Just like you mentioned in the introduction, it was the king that invited us. And before somebody will invite you, he has already identified the areas that he wants to benefit. All these ceremonies, you see that all these ceremonies is trying to create an emotional aura around the visit so that in the process of negotiation, you can either negotiate out of enthusiasm or out of emotion. But the issue there is that all these ceremonies, and I know that we have seasoned diplomats, all these ceremonies, you are going to negotiate from the point of interest and from point of emotion and enthusiasm. So that is why you see that, first of all, this visit starts with ceremonies. And the next one will start with engagement. So Nigeria should look beyond this ceremony into the actual engagement with the Prime Minister.
Professor Kenife, what will Nigeria be bringing to the table? You have been part of some of these arrangements before in terms of looking at economic benefits of some of these deals, especially as it pertains to Nigeria. What are we bringing to the table, and what are the key sectors of the economy that can quickly begin to run with some of the agreements you say are on the table, or perhaps we need to revive?
You see, the first 4 state visits were really about the context of them, were really about consolidating and extracting economic relations between Nigeria and global north. Even if investments came in from share and all of that, it's still about perpetuating that import dependence and then reinforcing an international division of labor that says Nigeria, as well as the rest of Africa, we should provide us the raw materials and we will process them up there and we'll bring it down for you to consume. That is an extractive, repressive relation of production, economic relation of production. And the thing is that rightly, UK has left that gang of EU that they are demanding this, and they now come to us, the meeting of point, and we say we want to be true partners in the real sense of a compact or a partnership agreement, a bilateral framework that doesn't go any bound. The only thing higher than this framework is a military. Is a military dimension. This is the highest you can go in economic relationship like that. It actually that have investment protection component says to you, look, bring your money here with protection. I want to give an example. China has an investment treaty with Nigeria. That treaty protects Chinese investors in Nigeria. So when Hussein started punishing a Chinese company and messing them up in their PPP, they went to court and they pleaded the treaty. And the treaty now gave them power to impound our plane in Paris. That is what you see. So these people have been okay, do their self and pray. Now, the same type of agreement, they are now getting investment protection. So for them to now, they can now start bringing the sovereign wealth fund into the Nigerian energy sector, into our sector, knowing that they have protection under the treaty. So that's a different ball game. Nigeria is in a different ball game. Where the national remittance is not going to be covered as far as the national investment. It's going to be UK investment. And this investment will become into critical sectors of our economy, add value to re-export into UK freely and then to re-export into Africa. Participate fully in all ways. So it's a different ball game. We don't have to underestimate this. This is a critical game changer, and our leaders need to understand this. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Now, the extra thing about this now, as a sector focus, the fact that there is one deal on the ground, which is an investment of 7.46 million pounds, Single Island, and something on the table. So there would be more. And there will be more in different sectors, manufacturing sector, renewable energy sector, where
Prof, you are making very good key points. Your audio is a little bit cracky. Maybe our engineers will help you work on it. We don't want to lose some of your interventions, and so we'll get back to you soon. Maybe you can rejoin, and then they stabilize the audio so that we can really enjoy you. Many thanks, Prof. Apology, is still right there in the United Kingdom, and you just heard what Prof has been talking about the issue of the agreements on ground and how Nigeria can begin to leverage on some of them, and Our own prof in the studio was saying that when it comes to negotiations, you must not be emotional. You must only be guarding your own interests as far as these negotiations are concerned. Mr. Paul.
Square pegs in the square, whatever. The right people who have character, competence, and who have professionalism, that will be able to know where the shoe pinches and then what Nigeria needs to be able to base their whatever negotiations on that. And even when negotiation is a give and take, you don't go there and become the small or weaker partner. It has to be on everybody equality. But let me say here that another area that we are forgetting here is when at times when you mention Nigeria, the next thing that comes to your mind is corruption. And Nigeria is not the only corrupt country. But don't let us forget that a few years ago, a prime minister in Britain, when the Nigerian leader was visiting, said something, maybe one of those, the leader of one of the most, the fantastically corrupt country is visiting. So those are the things we need to work on too. And the money that these corrupt people, a few of them who have the opportunity, where they warehouse this money are in British banks. Okay? So Britain can, and remember that Britain has also assisted in repatriating some of the money that were deposited there. But it shouldn't be a one-off thing. They to continue to help Nigerian government. That is if some of the officials are not the ones doing it. And they are. When you see that some, because they know when you are putting their money, when we are putting stolen money, or you gotten wealth there, they know who has what and where. But because it helps their economy, they are not saying anything about it. They say, what's their business? It's not their money. So, but they should go beyond that. And if you can, instead of accusing Nigeria of being corrupt, let them assist Nigeria in fighting corruption by naming and shaming some of those people that are involved. Of course, some of them might be highly placed, but we need them. In fact, not just Britain, but across the world, where our politicians will take our money, common patrimony, and put them somewhere. To the point that when Nigeria is saying that Nigeria is poor, they say no, because we know what some individuals have in their banks or banking system. So these are some of the things relations. You can't call me my friend and you allow somebody to come and steal my thing and put in your house. It doesn't show sincerity. It doesn't. But of course, the greater responsibility lies with those of the country that allows its own citizens or politicians to be taken without consequence. Because that's what it is. It's not that the people don't steal in other places or there is no corruption, but there is consequence in those places. But in Nigeria, it's like there is impunity. You take, nothing happens, you go to court. In fact, at times they tell you go to court because they know that the court will not even grant you justice. So these are some of the little things we need. We are not only just looking at the big signing of the royal carriage procession and the guard of honor. Tonight, there will be a banquet where the president, Mr. President, will be making some policy statements. The king will do, but then they are also now going to see the prime minister. The president will go there. So with the ministers that are now accompanying him, let them not be carried away by emotions or the ambience or whatever being at the Windsor Castle. Let them, and here I agree. I want to say that they ought to have penciled down what they are going to get from there. You asked me before, what is the need for Britain? Britain, remember they left the EU in 2016. And since then, if you were to hold that election today, probably the result will be different. Britain is looking for new partners. Okay? So, and if that is the case, Nigeria has something to gain. You cannot come to me to get your own national interest, and I'm just doing catch-up or watching, did you come to watch the bridge in Lagos or in Abuja? Let us not go to Britain to watch the castle, or those who are there. Let them go there to bring something home in terms of, the tangible things that people will see, agreements that will be implemented, that will impact the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, not the political class that already can go to Britain whenever they want, or they have their money, they can shop at Harrods, they can do anything. But the poor man in the village is not, important, does not see anything in this, because they will be asking. So the president has seen the King of England. So what is there? But that is not to undermine the significance and the importance of this visit. Because like I said, coming, whether it is by coincidence or whatever, it is coming on the heels of the one by the President of the United States, the most powerful nation. And Nigeria is just following there. Let Nigeria capitalize on that. Show its own power. Regional power. Nigeria is a regional, it's supposed to be one. And then from there, you now escalate it to continental and then international. But we are punching below our belt, our weight. It shouldn't be so. Our trade with Britain should be more than what it is now. Nigeria is the 38th in terms of globally. Why can't Nigeria leapfrog and become number 1, 2 or 3 or in the 10, among the 10? What is stopping us? Giving our independence when we got independence from this country. Why can't we have oil, the resources, both natural and then human? Why can't we utilize it? It is either mismanagement or the fact that also stealing or incompetence, or a combination of so many factors. Let us work on those factors. Or something that we cannot manage our diversity. Every time we are talking about 1 or 2 things that will keep us we are putting roadblocks on our way to progress. Security. Why have we not been able to find a solution or find people who can help us? And instead of allowing them to come and bomb a place before we wake up, nobody let us solve our problem first at home, and then before we move, because those who are dealing with us, they're also looking at how we're performing at home.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Paul. We'll take a little bit look at the legislature for a bit, relations between the Nigerian National Assembly and the Parliament of the United Kingdom remain one of the vivid examples of parliamentary diplomacy within the Commonwealth. As President Tinubu visits the United Kingdom, decades of legislative cooperation between members of the legislature in both countries are in focus. Ignatius Ikwo has been looking at this, and he filed this report.
Nigeria-UK parliamentary relations evolved from colonial legislative structures to a modern partnership built on democratic values, Commonwealth links, and parliamentary diplomacy. Today, the relationship includes committee exchanges, legislative training, policy dialogue, and strategic cooperation between the Nigerian National Assembly and the United Kingdom Parliament.
You know that UK has been practicing Westminster system of parliament, and they have been practicing parliamentary system of government since ancient time. They were the one that colonized Nigeria, so they have wealth of experience and track record and history. It is good that we mirror their own system and then fortify our own democracy. I think Nigeria hugely gained from such an exchange.
Parliamentary diplomacy is increasingly shaping international cooperation. And Nigeria's engagement with the United Kingdom has become one of the most enduring partnerships in parliamentary diplomacy.
So that relationship is very, very important to us. We cherish it because knowledge is not static. Knowledge is always evolving. So that cooperation that we should have and discuss and tune out policies and laws. So many areas that we interact with them, in that specific issues that will crop up, we also take that as it comes up.
Through the Nigerian-UK Parliamentary Friendship Group, legislators in the National Assembly maintain regular interaction with their counterparts in the Parliament of the United Kingdom.
Even in my committee purview, we do interact with the parliamentarians in the UK. They were here last year for some activities that we run together. So we are in constant touch. And all this cooperation is to boost the good working relationship for this country, and therefore boosting areas of economy especially, and all other areas of cooperation that you need to do.
The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association has, for over a century now, stood as a steadfast sentinel of democracy, holding high the torch of good governance.
I believe we have to improve our parliamentary relationship between Nigeria and other parliaments across the world.
The cooperation is expected to deepen further as diplomatic engagements between Nigeria and the United Kingdom continue to expand, especially with the visit of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the United Kingdom. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Ignatius Ikwo. Particularly, I love some of those sessions in the British Parliament. Of course, they run a parliamentary system of government, and so there are always questions for the Prime Minister to answer. The PM questions are always very interesting. We'll look at the engagement between Nigeria's President and the Prime Minister later on. Of course, my colleague will be here to look at some of the things on the table when the two leaders of the nations engage. But of course, the first leg is the ceremonials, and in terms of the historical ties, this is a new monarch, and it seems to have accorded Nigeria due respect. And look at what Mr. Paul Ejima, who is right now in the United Kingdom, noted. This is coming on the heels of President Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom, where it was feted by King Charles. And after President Trump, the next president to put his name on that register would be President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is quite something.
Yeah, that just reflects the visit of regional powers to the king. And you see that one thing about this parliamentary diplomacy is that there are interactions on how to get certain parliamentary values to improve democracy in each of the countries. Like, for instance, every parliamentary system is dynamic. Every system in parliamentary is dynamic. It reflects the culture of the people, the political culture of the people. Like, for instance, during the colonial period, we looked onto Britain as the best as having the best parliamentary system in the world. But of recent, you see that their parliament has been undergoing certain challenges. And those challenges that have brought about some political crisis in Britain. Also, they are looking at those crises to improve on their parliamentary values. So the same thing with Nigeria. Nigeria's own is dynamic as well. We are encountering some challenges, just like Britain. That's why I say that parliament is a relative concept. Parliamentary diplomacy is a relative concept. You need to take the best out of them and learn from you. So there's no longer master-servant interaction as it was during the post-colonial era. But it's now on equal basis. They are passed through challenges. We are passing through challenges. But the issue is that they will learn from us and we will learn from them. And in that process of learning, it involves interaction. So the essence of this parliamentary visit, that's why the Senate President is there, to see on how to improve on what I called strategic and pragmatic relationship. And the essence of that is to improve on strategic communication between the two governments at the level of the executive and at the level of the legislature. so that we can have a formidable way of improving governance in the system. Because the essence of this parliamentary diplomacy is to improve good governance. And that is what Nigeria is looking onto, and that is what also Britain is looking onto. That's why I say that in this negotiation, both Nigeria and Britain are not coming there as an underdog. Nigeria is not coming there as an underdog, but as a regional power in West Africa, which has also improved on their legislature. So, because you look at the exception of democracy in Nigeria, Nigeria has been able to maintain stability in our parliamentary politics. And that is why you see that the Senate President will be going there as representing not only Nigeria, but representing democracy in Africa. And the negotiation will be based on parity and not on level of dependency. So in this respect, you see that it reflects people-to-people interaction. That is why, because the parliament of each of these countries represents the people. That is why democracy is defined as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that reflects the engagement between parliaments across nations. So you see that this is a sort of multilateral diplomacy in this respect, where different institutions are trying to interact in order to improve the value system of their respective countries.
What can we take away from their own system that you think perhaps we could look at in terms of best practices?
I think now, before, historically, you can say we can take away something from them, but you see that their parliamentary system is also having challenges. So what we need to take away from them is to understand what has brought about those challenges and instability in their system, so that we can be able to improve on our own and become more dynamic in nature. So you see that the parliamentary system in Britain reflects party politics. What we need to learn from them, you see that members of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, you see that there's not much cross-carpeting. It is driven by values and ideas. So in our own system, we need to learn that parliamentary politics should be driven by values and ideas, and reduce the level of defection that is going on in the country. So we need to learn a lot on this issue of cross-carpeting, because we've seen that in the parliamentary system. But the issue is that cross-carpeting is based on ideology and not based on certain personal interest. So that is what I think we should learn from them in terms of parliamentary system, so that this issue of moving from one political party to another political party should be driven by ideology and should be driven by the interests of the country, not by personal benefits or strategic calculations on how to win elections.
Well, all right, let's talking about the parliament. Let's just look at a few Nigerians who are members of the, at least people of Nigerian descent who are members of the British Parliament at the moment. Of course, we have mentioned Kemi Badenoch of Labour. She, of course, has not been the very best of ambassadors based on some of our comments, but you say we can turn that around. I believe Ellen Grant, of course, Conservative representative for Maidstone and Merlin constituency, held on to her seat. Chiunwora, British-born Nigerian, British-born with Nigerian father, re-elected MP for Newcastle, Central and West. When she won, she secured 11,060 votes out of 18,000. Very popular in the northeast part of United Kingdom of England. Florence Dauta Eshalomi, Florence of the Labour Party as well. We have Kate Osamo. Kate Osamo is a member of Parliament representing Edmonton and Winchmore Hill from 2015. She's 55. We have Taiwo Owatemi. She defended a parliament seat in Coventry Northwest under the Labour Party with 19,000 votes. So We have about 6 of them in the House of Commons, as it is called, with Nigerian ancestry. And of course, talking about the Nigerian population there, we still have one on Zoom, that is Mr. Paul Ejima. I don't know whether he has any political interest in that country, but Nigeria formed one of the fastest growing African communities in the United Kingdom, with many moving for education, work and new opportunities. According to the UK Office for National Statistics, hundreds of thousands of Nigerian people of Nigerian origin now live across the country. Many of them who are professionals have built successful careers in healthcare, business, law, and technology. In this report, before we come to Mr. Ejima, Deborah Balagbobo will tell us how the community is contributing to the socio-economic growth of the host nation.
Nigerians here in the United Kingdom are widely recognized for their contributions to the economy and society. A significant number of them, doctors and nurses, work with the National Health Service, helping to support hospitals and medical service nationwide. Beyond healthcare, Nigerian entrepreneurs are opening businesses. Students continue to enroll in British universities in large number.
We as a commission need to do a lot more to get Nigerians abroad to know what we're doing, and that's why we're doing this. These young people, they're amazing. They're doing so many things back home. What we need to do is document what they're doing. It's amazing what your children, I'm sure you know, like, are happening. So we have to do this program.
However, recent immigration changes introduced by the UK government has raised concern among some migrants, particularly regarding visa rules and family relocation. Despite these challenges, the Nigerian community continues to thrive, maintaining their cultural heritage through holding festivals, promoting Nigerian foods and music, which are being widely accepted by non-Nigerians. Many now make a living by selling native food and cultural relics.
How long have you been doing this? I've been doing it for 6 years. Wow. Yeah, but altogether in UK, like 12, 13 years I've been doing it. How has it been? Fantastic. It's fantastic because it's interesting to see how much Nigeria and Sierra Leone, Ghanaians really love us here. And when people watch me on TikTok from America, from Norway, they want to come to Beckham here. So it's very good, and it's something that is also bringing a lot of culture into come and try our food here.
Remittance from this group of diasporans keeps appreciating from support to relatives for various endeavors. Deborah Balagbobo, NTA News.
For those who have gone with the Nigerian entourage to United Kingdom, you may need to visit Peckham. Some parts of it, you won't even know that you are in the United Kingdom. You think you're somewhere in Lagos with the cuisine that is on show right there. Mr. Paul, you just watched that report. Our reporter didn't quite get you in the shot, but what's the ambience like, especially in places like Peckham? It seems as if it's a community of Nigerians out of Nigeria.
Exactly. So that is where it's a large concentration of immigrants, particularly Nigerians. Yes, you're right. So you have Nigerian food, all the restaurants, they serve. And the hosts, many British people have also joined in the enjoying Nigerian food. And it's not just Nigerian food. Even in the entertainment industry, Nigeria, when the artists visit here, whether musicians or, stand-up comedians, they make waves here because here, I remember that Britain is, very conservative. They're not that expressive. Somebody who went to church and the pastor said here, when he noticed people were, and churches too, Nigeria has, particularly the Pentecostal ones, has, the pastor said, notice that is British, the Brits are always very quiet, but when they are drumming or whatever, the pastor said, no, don't behave like spiritual penguins. Try and dance and shake up, to praise the Lord and all that. So these are some of the things that Nigeria can bring to, influence. And also, there has also been nationality marriages. Let me not call it intertribal. You have some British, Nigerian, and so forth, so on and so forth. But let me go back to the parliament, because parliamentary system. You have followed the session. Of course, Nigeria ran the Westminster system before we settled for executive presidential system, which is very costly. You were talking about what can the both parliaments learn. The cost of government in Nigeria is too high. It's expensive. Here you have MPs that can use their bike to come to parliament. Some, the car they use, unlike our own. Everybody is a king. The way we should cut down, and then that will reduce the kind of money that we cannot use to put in other development areas. The other thing is the quality of debate. When you juxtapose both parliaments, I don't know what to say, but let me reserve my comment on that. Then what is it? How they also deal with their constituencies. They don't take them for granted. If the road in your area is not well maintained, you can take up your representative. You can visit them and say, listen, what is this? You have watched footages of how some voters will come and say, well, if you don't do this, I'm going to vote you out, and they do. Okay, and you have seen how it goes. Separation of powers. In Nigeria, it appears that the three arms have now been collapsed into one. No, that is one thing we should learn to maintain that, apart from cross-carpeting that is so rampant in our area. Not for issues, not on policy, but because so that I want to move to where I will win the next election. It's not that you throw the vote of voters who voted you, now dump them, throw them under the bus because of your ambition. That it happens in Britain, but not as much as the level that Nigerians have taken it, Nigerian politicians. So the kind of expenses, how much the flamboyance that you have, our legislators, that will change. Quality of interaction or debate. And then knowing that three arms of government are supposed to be independent of each other, and there is separation and checks and balances. We are not seeing that much in Nigeria. These are some of the things. I don't know whether I'm elevating issues, so we can't just sweep these things under the carpet and go for Mr. President meeting the Prime Minister. You see, we put the feet of the Prime Minister on fire during Prime Minister's time. Every Wednesday, you know what it is. Can our own people withstand that? Can our own system withstand that kind of accountability? Because that is, in the final analysis, deliverables, accountability, and then serving the people, and not self-serving.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul Ejima. We've enjoyed your interaction. We'll be rounding up my own presentation belt around this moment to usher in Ayodeji Makinde. Many thanks for your engagement this morning, and of course, Prof has been here since morning. Many thanks for your interventions. But you will still be with my colleague while we continue. As we wait for the program to start, I expect in the next 15 minutes, if we are correct, the UK time is just an hour behind Nigeria. So it will be starting in about 15 minutes. But we'll take a short break. When we return, you will be seeing my colleague Ayodeji Makinde. I'll be continuing this coverage of this special on the state visit of President Tinubu to the United Kingdom, be hosted by King Charles III.
A warm welcome to you anywhere around the world. This is the special broadcast from the Nigerian Television Authority. We're live in Abuja. I'm Ayodeji Makinde, having an exchange of baton with my colleague Fisayo Ogunfuyi on this day of a special broadcast on the state visit of Nigeria's President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Tinubu, to the United Kingdom. Of course, King Charles will host President Tinubu and his wife at Windsor Castle moments from now. And it's going to hold Wednesday and Thursday. Now, the state visit is the first by a Nigerian leader in 37 years. The president is also the first Nigerian leader to be hosted by the British monarch at Windsor Castle. The streets of London are already wearing new look, and many can't just wait for this visit, which also is expected to strengthen bilateral relations and explore avenues for collaboration on immigration, trade, investment, and cultural exchange. Now, while at Windsor Castle, Their Majesties will invite the President and the First Lady to view a special exhibition of items from the royal collection related to Nigeria. Well, the President's been observing the Ramadan fast, would not be having the traditional lunch, which the King is renowned for holding for visiting heads of states when it comes to state visit. But there will also be different engagements. The royal family will equally host a state banquet in honor of the Nigerian guests in the evening. President Tinubu will also hold a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. That will be at the iconic 10 Downing Street, which will lead to expanded bilateral engagements between senior officials of the two countries. We already know ministers, senior members of the cabinet are already in London for this. Now, the meeting will culminate in the signing of various memoranda of understanding and agreements. Also, the Nigerian leader will witness the signing of landmark £746 million financing deal between the UK Export Finance and the Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, and the Federal Ministry of Finance to support the refurbishment of two of Nigeria's major national maritime infrastructure, which is the Lagos Port Complex and the Tinkan Island Port Complex. But right now, let's feel the ambience emerging from the Windsor Castle out there as we count down to the commencement of the state visit of President Bola Tinubu.
Celebrity culture with links
I think it's
to
very unfair to the United States.
One
not to me,
notes
but
that
to the
normally
United
happens
States.
in a state visit.
Go
There
ahead,
is
please.
traditionally a lunch hosted by the
She's
King
a
at Windsor
fantastic
Castle.
reporter, by the way.
That is not
Go
taking
ahead.
place. This state visit, that's because President Tinubu is practicing Muslim and is fasting for Ramadan. So there will instead be, after sundown, instead the state banquet.
Well, because we have a tremendous long-term relationship with
Like
the
I say,
UK.
this state visit is the first in
people would say it's the
37
best. I
years.
don't want
The
to get into
President
that.
landed
We've had,
up in
it was the
Stansted
longest, the
yesterday,
oldest. It
up
should
in
be the
North
best.
London. That's
Always
fairly
was the
typical as well.
best
That's
until
typically where
Keir
we
came
see
along, and now,
Donald Trump
and I like him.
arrive
He's a
in
nice
London
man.
when he
He
does
does
so
everything
as well. So
beautiful.
that's a very
He's
standard
great.
arrival point.
Nice
for
man
heads
with
of
a
state
beautiful
when they make
family.
these
Everything's
arrivals
perfect, but
to the UK.
he doesn't
See
produce.
Tinubu there in
And
the
I think
background speaking to Prince
it's
William,
very
who
inexpensive.
only yesterday
I
was on a
just
tandem
said, you don't have to
bicycle
send me
supporting
aircraft carriers. Send me a couple of
today,
minesweepers. We don't need your
greeting
aircraft
international
carriers.
leaders as
But
part
even
of
the
our state
aircraft
visit.
carriers, he would only send them
This
after
is
we
a key moment
essentially
for the
won.
two nations to
I mean,
forge
he's sending them when
cultural
there are no
ties,
planes
economic
left.
ties,
When the
and also
missiles
to
are down
forge
to
personal
8%.
ties as well.
They have like 8% of the missiles. The rest we demolish the missiles, and the factories, largely the factories are going even as we speak. They just hit another factory, and they have a lot of missile factories. They have a lot of drone factories.
It will bring together international partners.
So he's, wants to send them when we don't need them.
Typically,
but we'd like to have minesweepers just in case. We don't know that there are any mines down because we wiped out, I think, 24. They actually have, think of this, for a country. They have 24 boats that do nothing but put mines in the water. This doesn't sound like a great country. This doesn't sound like a friendly country. But we killed all of those boats. They're at the bottom of the sea. But so we don't even know if there are any mines there. If there are, we'd like to have a little help in finding them. Probably most importantly.
Would you like a change in Prime Minister? Do you have confidence in Keir Starmer?
Well, it's not for me. It's really for the people of the UK. I mean, I've been very critical of Keir, and I did it in a friendly way. I said, if you don't change your energy thing, you get away from windmills and go back to oil and gas, and you have something that no other country has. Very few countries have anything like it, the North Sea. You have some of the greatest oil and oil deposits in the entire world, the North Sea. They don't use it. You buy a lot of your oil from Norway. You know where they get their oil? From the North Sea. And you pay a very big price. So why are you paying a lot of money? And I tell them, and you have the better part of the North Sea. So why aren't they taking the oil from the North Sea? Why are they buying oil from Norway? But they have windmills all over the country destroying those.
Right, a lot of excitement even in the studio here. So many people cannot wait for the commencement of the state visit of President Bola Tinubu to Windsor Castle. We saw live feeds there moments ago, and the preparation for the arrival of President and First Lady in company of King Charles, and of course out there in London for this historic meeting, the first in 37 years. Professor, thanks for your time, and of course we're keeping faith with us here in the NTA. It's been a meeting of two leaders in different capacities that we've been waiting for so many months to come, in the last few months, and now we have it right there, just in front of us coming. The expectations are so high, but right now, sometimes this is the best time to feel like a Nigerian. Tell me about that.
Yes, I think from your introductory remark, I think this is the best time to feel like a Nigerian. Because when you look at this, it's very strategic in nature. Just like I've said before, it's the first visit by a Nigerian president in the post-globalization era. And this is very strategic in world politics and the conduct of international diplomacy. And that is why this time around, Nigeria is coming as a partner in this negotiation. Because of the fact, and Nigeria has a lot on the table. We are not coming as an actor to get benefits. We are coming there to interact in order to be able to achieve strategic national interests for both countries. Like at the parliamentary level, you see that the president of the Senate is there also. And we have a lot of Nigerians, or many Nigerians, that are in the parliament. I think the Senate president has a lot of work to do now. In order to be able to collaborate, parliamentary collaboration is very important at this period. Because when you look at the doctrine of the 4 Ds of this government, it talks about diaspora. So the diaspora engagement now will be at the parliamentary level. The Senate president has to develop a framework on how to bring these Nigerian parliamentarians in order to interface with Nigerians. And also should organize a visit for them to go to Nigeria as a body of British parliamentarians of Nigerian origins so that they can contribute to national development. So this is the area that the Senate president has to look into. Why the president is also engaging at the bilateral level. The Senate president also should engage at the parliamentary level in order to understand some of the benefits that Nigeria can derive at this parliamentary level. Because one thing about this parliamentary interaction, parliamentary diplomacy, is that most of the Nigerians that are parliamentarians had the chances of becoming a prime minister. And that is what Nigeria should be looking at. So that if any of them becomes a prime minister, at that level, Nigeria can benefit drastically, which means that Nigerian political influence is spreading, not only in Britain, but also in Europe and on the multinational level. So both at the parliamentary level and at the bilateral level, it is very remarkable. And that is why in this time around, Nigerians should be thinking, because we are not going there the way we went there during the post-colonial era. We are going there now as a partner because Nigeria has been able to achieve hegemony within the region. And we are going there not as a country, but as a representative of Africa. And we should also think of how to benefit from the Commonwealth. Because this time around, I see that when we talk about the king, and its reception. You see, you're talking about the network of Commonwealth states. So not only that we are thinking of benefiting as Nigerians in this bilateral relations, we should also think of how to spread the influence of Nigeria among the Commonwealth countries. Because one thing about weight in international relations is that you should be able to extend your influence and across nations in order to be able to develop a viable market for your goods and services.
Well, Prof, it's interesting to know you've given us these perspectives to what Nigeria is bringing to the table. But in hindsight, if we really take a look at it, most times it is believed that when you have the privilege of being involved in a state visit, it goes beyond recognition. Now, this is where it becomes interesting. In the build-up to this state visit, there have been so many perspectives from Nigerians about why a state visit, a glamorous event at this time in the face of current realities that we have in the country. But should that justify why we should not have such events of this nature?
No, it shouldn't.
Please go ahead.
Because of the fact that state visit and diplomatic visits, when you're going, you need to take an analysis of the challenges you are passing in the country. Like, for instance, just as I said before, when you look at the economic variables in UK and Nigeria, you see that there is inflation in UK, there is inflation in Nigeria. You see that also when you look at Britain energy cost, it's high in UK, it's high in Nigeria. When you look at the structure of the refineries in UK are declining, while in Nigeria also is also declining. So in this visit now, that is why I say in this visit, the two countries are going to deliberate on some of these challenges and come up with a more elaborate ways of achieving it. So Nigeria is not going there. That's why I say Nigeria is not going there as a weak partner anymore, because the challenges that we are facing in Nigeria is also a replica of the challenges that Britain is facing. So Britain invited the president of Nigeria into this state visit, not because of the fact that they are coming to display all these ceremonial events, but rather it's on issue of business deals. And that is what's more important. Because UK, because when you look at the dynamics in West Africa now, you see that you have great powers here that are competing with Britain. You have Russia, you have US, you have China. So Britain also is trying to look at how it can become more relevant in Nigeria and also in West Africa. And also Nigeria will also be thinking on how to become more relevant in UK economy and tap the market potentials in Britain.
Well, we're having live feeds out there from the Windsor Castle. We can see out there King Charles out there, of course, and with Queen Camilla there waiting for their guests who have come all the way from Nigeria to strengthen not only bilateral relations, but moving forward to the next level in different areas of development, economic prosperity, and also how things can really change and improve for the better here in Nigeria. This is historic. It's the first in 37 years that Nigeria will be going to the United Kingdom on such an elaborate visit, and President Tinubu is the man in the picture this time, the sovereign in the picture this time, ready to write his own history on how things can get better for Nigeria. Of course, the preparation is getting big, and the Prince and Princess of Wales of course, I will be greeting President Tinubu and the First Lady at the Fairmount Hotel. That was on Wednesday morning earlier today, and the royals will be traveling with the guests to the Datchet Road in Windsor in the ceremonial welcome. King and Queen will formally welcome the President and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, the Royal Dales Datchet Road, with ceremonies. President Tinubu and First Lady Oluremi will join King and Queen, Prince and Princess of Wales in carriage procession to Windsor Castle. The President, accompanied by the King, will inspect guard of honor also at Windsor Castle. Now that's the President, Bola Tinubu. Now let's have the ambience from the Windsor Castle.
It's pretty horrific. Yeah. This one.
We did cut. No, this one.
Yeah, this is a position we've agreed to. Your colleague is there.
Guard of honor, gun! Guard of honor, slow! On!
Fruit spritzer. Toast to sophistication at your Bridgerton watch party this season.
order! Slow! Arms! Out of order! Order! Arms!
Your Excellency, I accept the request for signing amendment results. Ready to go.
Welcome to my crib. Not a shit.
All right, moments ago, we saw the king and queen formally welcoming the president and first lady at the royal days. That's at Datchet Road with ceremonies, and President Tinubu and First Lady also joined the king and queen, the prince and princess of Wales, in a carriage procession to Windsor Castle. Of course, they were accompanied into the forecourts of Windsor Castle, and they inspected the guard of honor moments ago. President Bola Tinubu and King Charles. Of course, yes, we also saw them with the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery march past and the sovereign's escort rank past on guard of honor in the march past. Yes, a significant moment to be a Nigerian this time. It's 16 degrees at Windsor Castle at the moment. To expect more live feeds from this state visit of President Bola Tinubu, the first by a Nigerian leader in 37 years, and we're seeing the two leaders, both commanders-in-chief of the armed forces of their respective countries, out there in a get-together where they, of course, have gone inside for more of the state visits. Prof, it's interesting to see these. I had some goosebumps actually watching that occur the first time in 37 years, and now we're seeing them go inside for the main business of the day, rolling up your sleeves and getting down to the thing. But it's interesting to know that there will be so many issues to be discussed by these two leaders, and one of the many issues brought forward before the president made the strip will be about the maritime infrastructure in Nigeria. For many years, there have been this issue about expansion of port operations in Nigeria, from the Tinkan Island to the Apapa Keys to the Onne port and the Port Harcourt port, and also to decongest the Lagos port and possibly the Lekki deep sea ports that we're having right now. How will this visit maximize the potentials of about 500-kilometer plus coastal line that we have in Nigeria for port operations?
I think when you look at this, it's a symbolic representation of diplomacy, a very good ceremony. But there are certain things we need to take from this ceremony today. You see that when you watch it closely, because behind every diplomatic ceremony, there are certain interests you need to understand. And when you look at the ceremony, you see the king and the queen, the president and the vice president, the president and the first lady. That shows you that at the bilateral level, women also play key roles. And what is what we call indirect diplomacy. That shows you it's a strategic relationship, that the two countries are trying to establish strategic relationship, both at personal level and at bilateral level. So the First Lady also has a role to play in this visit with the Queen. That shows you person-to-person relationship. So she needs to play a role as well as the President. So I know that she has gotten her area of interest in this visit that will promote the image and interest of Nigeria. That shows you that the President, the Senior President on the area of parliamentary diplomacy, and the First Lady on the area of interpersonal diplomacy. So I think it's quite a good reflection of what we are seeing today. And in the area of the maritime interaction, I think we are focusing on it because maritime plays two strategic roles in every country. The security strategic aspect of it and the commercial aspect of it. In as much as we are looking at the commercial aspect of it, we should also look at the strategic aspect of it, because Britain is one of the key areas when it comes to maritime security and the issue of maritime warfare. So Nigerian military need to also collaborate in this area, because when you talk about maritime technology, maritime security, and maritime warfare, Britain is there. That is why Trump is telling them to bring their warship to the Gulf of Hormuz, to the Strait of Hormuz. So you see that Nigeria also, in as much as we're looking at the commercial benefits, we also look at the strategic security benefit. That is why you see that in 2004, Nigeria signed a sort of security and defense partnership. So this partnership should look also at the maritime area in terms of security. So in terms of the commercial aspect of the ports also, we need to decentralize the ports in different areas, because you see that in international politics, you don't concentrate your ports in one particular area, geographical area. You need to decentralize it. And that is the key important. That is why you see that in the conflict that is going on between Iran and Israel and its effect in Saudi Arabia, you see that Saudi Arabia is now using an alternative area to export its crude. So that shows you in strategic planning and diplomacy, you don't need to concentrate your ports in one particular location. That is why Nigeria needs to diversify to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, and even the one in Onitsha, and the dredging of River Niger also to extend to the north. These are also very relevant.
Now, this will just bring the next question, because it gets interesting now that we're in this era of bilateral trade and agreements with the United Kingdom. Are there different ports in the United Kingdom that are connected to the hinterlands of the United Kingdom that facilitates trade, intrastate trade, and of course external trade? But it's a different narrative in the country, because we do not have sophisticated inland waterways that can allow my container that lands in Lagos for me to easily pick it up at Lokoja, or for me to easily pick it up in Kaduna without necessarily going to Lagos. How would this state visit possibly delve into some of these areas to expand trade using the inland waterways?
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm trying to emphasize. Really explain it further. You see that the issue there is these inland waterways are also crucial in economic development. You see, transporting the goods from the ports through road is also expensive. But when you go through the hinterland, you see that you're reducing the cost. And these are certain things that we need to look at in this strategic planning, because everything is all this is all about strategy. How do you improve on your own economy, and how you improve on your political relevance? And that's why since the beginning of this discussion, I try to emphasize that industrial power is key to international diplomacy. And that is why this issue of maritime and ports facilities are very important. And that's why you see that this dredging of River Niger is also very strategic to Nigerian economic development, so that we can have the port that runs through Onitsha, through Lokoja, out to other areas, so that we can be able to interconnect. And also, we need to connect it to Niger Republic, so that we can be able to get comparative advantage in that respect. Because one thing about international security is that your neighbor must be dependent on you for certain facility in order to maintain relationship and security. So if you can extend it to Niger Republic, which is a landlocked area, it will also give us a strategic advantage within the region.
All right, well said there. But let's take things in perspective now as we enter into the thick of discussions. For the first time in October 1960, Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa enunciated the 5 cardinal principles of what have been agreed to be the 5 cardinal principles of Nigeria's foreign policy. The first was that Nigeria would respect the legal equality of all states in international relations. Nigeria would not be involved in anything that has to do with interference in the internal affairs of neighboring states and any other states across the world. Also, Nigeria signed up in 1960 after independence not to join any of the East or the West bloc, either the Warsaw Pact or NATO, as the Cold War heightened in international politics in the era. The fourth that Nigeria signed up was that Nigeria would explore every opportunity of multilateralism, international organizations, to advance its cause as a new state in international politics, and Afrocentrism, which states that Africa will be the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy dominated the statements made by Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa on the floor of the United Nations in 1960, October 1960 to be precise. Now fast forward to 66 years after this was made by Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa, we're seeing President Bola Tinubu making this historic visit to the United Kingdom. Now, Prof, if you look at this statement and the relevance, the 5 cardinal principles still play a crucial role, or should we say would lead to positive outcomes in the visit of President Tinubu to the United Kingdom. Let's take a look at the Afrocentrism.
Yeah, it still plays a role. You see that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigerian foreign policy, and you need to maintain friendly relations with your neighbors, which Nigeria have been sustaining even up to this period. But one other thing is that policies, international diplomacy is not static. It needs to be dynamic. Dynamic in the sense that you need to look into the variables within the region, at the domestic level, and also at the global level. So this visit now, we try to incorporate these 3 variables into one and make Nigeria more relevant in international politics. So you see that the visit of Tafawa Balewa to Britain, the state visit, gave Nigeria the status of giant of Africa. And this visit now, Nigeria need to reactivate that concept too, so that Nigeria will come back to its status as the giant of Africa, not only as a political giant, but also as an economic giant.
Let's take a look at on the issue of Africa, Africa being the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy, and Nigeria being the giant of Africa. In different platforms, these have been issues of intellectual discussions because of the variables in terms of economic, military, human capital development, etc. But in 2026, when we consider what was obtainable in the 60s, when Nigeria emerged as a giant of Africa, leading decolonization in different areas on the continent, and in 2026 of modern realities that we have in our hands at the moment, is it fair enough to say Nigeria should still pursue these policies, or possibly explore the potential of soft power to still remain relevant and the giant of Africa?
So you see that the materially friendly relations is an aspect of soft power diplomacy. And one thing that we need to do in Nigeria today, we need to maintain it, but expand it, just as you have mentioned. Because all these things talks about influence and attraction. How do you make a country attractive when you are talking about soft power diplomacy to other countries within the sub-region? Make your country more attractive, and at the same time extend your influence beyond the African continent. And that is why you see that this state visit is very, very remarkable, in the sense that when you look at other African countries that have been to Britain based on this state visit, Nigeria recorded 5. Other African countries are recording 3 and 1. Like South Africa, that is competing with Nigeria in terms of regional hegemony. You see, they only recorded 3. But today, Nigeria has made a history by making it 5. So in this context, Nigeria is still maintaining its status as the giant of Africa when you look at its diplomatic interaction with Britain. So in this focus, what we should be thinking of now is during the time of Tafawa Balewa to Babangida regime in 1989, during the first period, when you have Queen Elizabeth, the focus is on political influence. But now, in this era, the focus is on economic deals and interest. So when you look at the 2 dimensions now, you see that the ETIP and the Strategic Security and Defense Partnership is based on economic and security interests. That is the key thing in modern diplomacy today. Economic power and military strength that will give you leverage to negotiate from the point of strength and not from the point of weakness. So, and when you also look at this celebration, you see that the UK is displacing their traditional values. Look at the horses and all the stuff. It showed the influence of Britain in world politics as an empire and their tradition. And that is why when you look at the president and the first lady, you see they're also displaying the tradition of Nigeria based on their dressing. So that's why you have cultural diplomacy. So what is at play in this is an aspect of cultural diplomacy. How do you sell out your culture? Because once you sell out your culture, you are selling out the values of the country. And that's why this ceremony is very interesting, because it's a combination of culture and diplomacy.
Well, Professor, well said. I'm sure we're still going to have enough time to look into so many areas about the relevance of Nigeria's foreign policy in the 21st century, in this day and age where it's more all about soft and economic power than the military might that we saw at the peak of the Cold War before the fall of the Berlin Wall, which was when we had the last state visit. Now, let's cross over from Abuja now to Windsor Castle out there in London, and my colleague Adeni Taiwo is outside of the castle. Adeni, it's a great day to be in Nigeria, and this is not something that we'll see very often. The first one in 37 years, and President Tinubu has been able to make this state visit to the United Kingdom to meet the sovereign, the monarch there. Tell us your experience so far and what the reaction has been.
Thank you, Ayodeji, and welcome to Windsor Castle. It's about a few minutes to, 1 local time here. And I mean, within the space of how many hours, it's been a very busy day for Nigeria's first family, who earlier today was, met with the Prince and Princess of Wales at their suites down at Fairmont Hotel. And since then, I mean, the ceremony has commenced with a car procession from his suite, to Datchet Road, where he met with the King and Queen, with King Charles III and his Queen. And after that, you know that he rode on a carriage with the King, while the First Lady rode on another horse-drawn carriage with Queen Camilla. And a short while ago, the first family and, of course, the monarch here, had a grand reception at the main courtyard of Windsor Castle, where he also had the honor, the very first one for any Nigerian leader in the last 37 years, to inspect the guard of honor mounted by the Royal Guard. That ceremony has been concluded, and for now, Nigeria's president and his queen have joined the king, to go into the white drawing room, where I learned that there will be exchange of gifts. I mean, after that, a lot of activities have been lined up for today, including an inspection of the inspection of the royal. There is a name for it. Well, artifacts, in the Royal Museum are kept, where also artifacts that has to do with Nigeria. You remember the fact that Nigeria once was a colony to Britain. So artifacts in the Royal Museum will be inspected by the Nigerian leader and his wife. So, like I said, a lot is happening today, and from all I've seen, it's been an historic one. I mean, honor going to Nigeria, the beauty, glory of Britain on display for the pleasure of the Nigeria's first family. So it's a 2-day visit, and it is at full speed right now. So we expect that the president, who is looking so fit and healthy after having a nice rest overnight, will go through all this. And of course, it is not going to be a tea party. We have a delegation from Nigeria, a strong delegation, apart from the president, who are here to do business. So, like I said, it's not going to be a tea party. Bilateral agreements are going to be signed. New ones are going to be initiated, all for the mutual benefit of Nigeria and the United Kingdom. So we are here, and the sense is a bit surreal. The beauty of Windsor Castle, open to all to see, and the president having access to all these places, being taken through them. It's a big one for Nigeria. Ayodeji.
All right, Adeni, I want to ask you 2 questions. You covered the First Lady, and we saw during the reception there the work by First Lady Oluremi Tinubu and Queen Camilla. earlier we're discussing about the issue of soft power and, of course, what this particular visit will do to different projects of the First Lady. We've seen her in the issue of tackling tuberculosis, the girl-child education, giving women hope and representation in different stratas of the society. That's the first question. Now, the second question is, you were part of the advance party to the United Kingdom in London, and there were different reactions that we saw you sent back home. Tell us what your experience has been as well in the last 2 days.
Okay, I have to take you back. Ask you to run that second question by me. But let me answer your first question, talking about Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, who we all know has been a strong force, for this administration. She is engaging across a continent for the benefit of Nigeria. I talked about soft power. The First Lady is known to, to be busy with that. To be good at that, rather. And I imagine that having the air of Queen Camilla, all our attention will be geared towards that, how to promote education in Nigeria, how to promote health, how to promote, the welfare of those who are considered as, vulnerable in Nigeria. So for Nigerian women, I'd like to say that their interest is well represented here, during this visit. They can be rest assured that a lot, in terms of intervention, a lot in terms of, intervention, will be coming to Nigeria as a result of this visit. Now, to your second question, I think I have a faint idea of what you're saying, talking about my experience here. Is that what you're asking me, Adeji?
Well, what I want you to tell us is your experience in the last 2 days, because you've sent us different reactions from Nigerians there. And it's what we know. Anytime Nigerians see their compatriots who are coming in from Nigeria to different countries of the world, the reaction is always unique. So tell us what yours has been like in the last 2 days.
Okay, in the last 2 days, for me, it's been 3 days actually. I came in as an advanced team, as part of the advanced team. It's been a wonderful experience. I've had to see, during the course of my movement, Nigerians who form a very large community in the United Kingdom, do what they know how to do best, going about their businesses. And the fact that their leader, President Bola Tinubu, is coming on a state visit is a good one for them. They are excited. Those who have been able to have shown me about what this will mean to them, how they will be seen, as a people. You understand? So they're excited, and the visuals that I sent to you, you would see that they are gathered, not very far from, the gate of the castle, waiting expectantly for the president before his arrival, and adorning, attires that reflect, their citizenship as a member of the Nigerian community. And I think, from my, outreach, you can see that I join, in also celebrating the fact that we are Nigerians and we are unique, in terms of our culture, in terms of our worldview, in terms of what we do to promote peace all over the world. So for us here at Windsor, it's been a great one.
Well, Adeniyi, before you round off this discussion, I'm sure we'll still join you in the course of this transmission. I want you to speak particularly on one area of interest. That was the strategic engagement between the Minister of Information on social media and content creators in the UK on the need to positively project the image of Nigeria and Nigerians. Tell me more about that.
I heard you talking about the Minister of Information. If I get it correctly, you are asking me about how this will promote Nigeria's culture.
There was a strategic engagement. Now, Adeniyi, there was a strategic engagement between the Minister of Information and National Orientation and social media and content creators in the UK on the need to positively project the image of Nigerians. Tell us more about that.
Okay. Yeah, the very first thing I did when I came here was, to cover that particular engagement you're talking about, where we had the presidential media team meeting Nigerians who are in the media ecosystem and, of course, social media influencers here in the United Kingdom. And, of course, it was a good one. I mean, the interaction was permitted to say engaging because it was interactive. And the main desire of the presidential team was to let Nigerians who are, in the media ecosystem here realize that they have a part to play in ensuring that an accurate narrative, positive narrative about their own country is being spread here, using their platform in the United Kingdom. And like I said, he was able to tell what the present federal government is doing in the area of agriculture, in the area of education, of course, taking care of, widening the social safety net and all that. So he, along with other members of his team, were able to answer their questions and, of course, get their buy-in to ensure that Nigeria is projected the right way. I mean, you know that the government has done so much when you talk about innovation, when you talk about innovation and other areas. So, it's a very good one.
Adeni, I'd like to thank you for your contribution. It's been, it's good enough to know that you are actually there to give us real-time information and developments on the state visits of President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu. So, keep living by the Citizens Code. I'm sure we'll connect with you before the end of today. Adeni Itaiwo, thanks for your time.
Of course.
Now, elsewhere, President Bola Tinubu's visit to the United Kingdom is placing renewed focus on the development partnership between the UK and Nigeria, as both countries seek to deepen cooperation in trade, investment and economic reforms. The engagement is expected to strengthen ongoing programs coordinated by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office to support governance reforms, climate resilience and job creation across the country. Let's join correspondent Musa Abubakar for this report.
For decades, the partnership between Nigeria and the United Kingdom has grown beyond diplomacy into a development alliance shaping economic growth and social progress.
We already have a strategic partnership which covers different sectors. We're also looking at opportunities in digital technology, in IT, in the startup ecosystem. So particularly business process outsourcing, we see it as a solution to migration.
Between 2015 and 2022, the UK committed about £1.96 billion in development support to Nigeria, funding programs that strengthen institutions, expand education, and create economic opportunities. Working through the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, both countries continue to implement initiatives that touch millions of lives. In 2024, the partnership deepened with £272.6 million in new agreements, targeting governance reforms, climate resilience, and critical infrastructure. Economic cooperation is also expanding, with investments from British International Investment supporting agriculture, energy, and small businesses, while bilateral trade between the two countries now exceeds £7 billion annually. From farms to classrooms, the impact is growing. UK-backed agricultural programs are supporting 3.79 million farmers, while education initiatives have helped over 8 million Nigerian children access better learning opportunities. Health programs are also strengthening Nigeria's response to diseases such as malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS. With billions invested and millions reached, the partnership between Nigeria and the United Kingdom continues to build pathways towards sustainable growth and shared prosperity. In Abuja, Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Right, Musa Abubakar of a Business Desk there, giving us some business perspectives to what we expect from the state visits of President Bola Tinubu to the United Kingdom, which is ongoing. And while that report was on for you to see, we're joined by Dr. Aliyu Elias, who is an is an economist and also a development expert. Thanks for your time and coming into our studio.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let me have your first impression of this state visit by President Bola Tinubu and what you've seen so far, particularly with that colorful reception at the Windsor Castle.
Right, I think it's quite historic for us to have this after 37 years, and at this point in time we are going as a democratic government. It's a good opportunity for us to establish a lot of new relationship as it were to engender more development in Nigeria, be it in agro, fintech, different area aside from petroleum, because I think we are too much of oil and gas. So we should look at other areas so that we can actually diversify. And I also saw the entourage that actually went with the, I think it's quite expected, because when you go to such, there must be different negotiation from different perspectives. So I think it's a good one for Nigeria, even for Africa at this point in time, because it's quite historic and it's a big opportunity to actually explore business opportunity and also call for more funds to investment in Nigeria.
Now that you've laid a template, let me throw the next question to you. You talked about the need to really diversify the economy in terms of agreements that Nigeria would sign going into this. Now, with so many Nigerians out there in the United Kingdom, with at least 500,000 Nigerians legally residing in the United Kingdom and doing their businesses, how much of requests do you think the president will have on his table to really change the narrative? Because what we are made to believe is Nigerians in the diaspora want to come home, but they want some of these issues resolved.
Right. So I think it's a good opportunity. I'm sure the president will engage them in different things, and it's good to listen to them so that he will be thinking or communicating, also dialoguing from their own perspective, because what they are saying is different from what we are here are saying. One, I think if you look at UK, it's like a second home. When you talked about people traveling to diaspora, we find it much more easier, much more convenient. Perhaps, remember they are colonial leader at a point in time. So I think at this point in time, we should do what will attract them to come and invest. Because if you look at our economy, especially looking at the naira, dollar, and pounds, as the case may be, we need a lot of diaspora investments coming to Nigeria. That would have helped us to make our naira more stronger. If you look at our foreign reserve now, we're hitting over $50 billion. I think it's a good one. So we need to do more. Also, we need to call them to come and invest in different areas in Nigeria, because once they are there, they can actually see what is going on there and bring it back home. However, home must also be comfortable, be attractive, for them to come in to actually invest in Nigeria.
Well, it's really good to have the early thoughts from Dr. Aliyu Elias, an economist and also a development expert. But before he came into the studio, Professor Chigozie Enwerem was my company here, giving me different perspective to so many issues. Now, Prof, well, he's talked about so many things that we expect in terms of diversification that the president is going to do. But I wanted to take us back and give us, put a spotlight on this particular issue. For many years, there was actually nothing we were looking for in the United Kingdom that you couldn't find in Nigeria, in terms of human resources, in terms of education, and so many other things out there. But nowadays, there seems to be a very wide gap in terms of education. Before, Englishmen and women, academic, would come to Nigeria to come teach at the University of Ibadan, teach at the UNN in Nsukka, teach at the ABU in Zaria. But nowadays, we're having the best brains leave Nigeria to go teach in the United Kingdom, while it was the reverse. How do we possibly reverse this?
Now, we need to look at the push factors of migration. And when we look at that, most of the key push factors are economic variables. And what makes UK attractive is because of the exchange rate. At the time you are talking about, you see that the exchange rate was almost at parity. Like, for instance, there was a time Nigerian currency has more value than the dollar. At that particular period, we are talking about self-sufficiency in development. That's when we are talking about in substitution policies, development planning. So, but now, you see that if the exchange rate of one country is lower, you see that it pushes migration to other countries. But even as at that, despite those challenges, you see that Nigeria educational system is still producing skilled manpower. And that is why you see that even as of today, Nigeria is exporting skill to Europe. Because you need to look at the social dynamics in Europe, particularly in UK. You see that the population of the youth in UK is at declining level, while the population of youth in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, is increasing. So we have, in terms of comparative advantage, we have that comparative advantage in terms of youth population. And that is why you see that most of Nigerians in UK, the youth population is higher, and they're contributing effectively to UK economy. UK needs Nigerian scale more than we need their scale at this particular level.
Prof, I must say it must have been a very big temptation for you not to join the Japa syndrome when you consider the economic realities, because surely you still believe in the Nigerian dream that you can train the next generation, bring your wealth of experience, and also to really impact the next, the future leaders, not of tomorrow, of today. Let me come to you, Dr. Aliyu. Prof raised some very, very key issues in here in his analysis.
Right.
And that is the median age of the Nigerian population.
Right.
With well over 70%, if I'm correct with the statistics now, of Nigeria's population below the age of 18. That is something that calls for concern in terms of those who really want to invest in creativity, in innovation, and the rest. You are a development expert. What should be the recurring decimal now in the statistics of policymakers of the country, those that will be signing bilateral agreements on behalf of Nigeria with President Bola Tinubu out there to capture this demography in the development architecture of Nigeria moving forward, so that we can reduce the tendency of the Japa syndrome?
Right. I think it's quite instructive. At this point in time, if you look at the future itself, it appears that UK actually now is having whole society, but with time, remember, our population here also is going to change at a particular point in time. But what should we do? The world is changing now. You know, it's a globalized community that sometimes you don't even need to travel. You only need to be skillful. You can be in your house. Once you are well skilled, you can work anywhere. So our lawmakers, our government should start thinking about how they can actually empower our people to meet the global demands. So by meeting the global demand, it simply means that they can now actually compete at any point in time. You know, when you are well skilled, you can be employed, engaged at any point in time. Then sometimes people traveling to diaspora, they are also blessed if they can actually well harness as a country. You know, we have seen different countries like India, like China, they've sent their people outside, encourage them to go outside. Then coming in, they came in with technology, you know, a lot of advancement that have now engendered development in their country. So our policymakers should look at it. How can we attract those people that are going to diaspora to come back? A good example, and the investment direction we must look at. If you look at the football in UK now, over 5% are Nigerians. So that's actually give us opportunity that you can now call on UK. Can you come to invest more into our local football? You remember a lot of employment can also come in that area. So, and most of our youth there also that are playing can also come back to have their football academy. And by so doing, they can actually be more invested. So it's an advantage that we have a youth population that actually travel out. We should also look at how they can benefit the country. So the policymakers should design a policy framework that will make them that all those people that have actually traveled will find reason to contribute back home to Nigeria.
Now, one key thing that struck me there is the sports economy of the United Kingdom.
Right.
Well, possibly when they would return from this trip, it will be domesticated, and maybe at a different fora would see maybe the National Sports Commission get involved in different agreements. But the sports economy stands big because it's a key contributor to the GDP of the United Kingdom. And perhaps not on the priority list at the moment because there's so many other issues that take over the high political exchange that we're having at the moment. But this is one thing that you cannot take away from the youthful population in Nigeria's sports. And nowadays, when things are going scientific, it's just proper that sports must play a central role in youth empowerment and, of course, economic development.
Right. So we must not start looking at it from a federal government perspective every time. You know, a state can decide that, yes, I recall there's a particular state in the East who actually went to Real Madrid, have a particular agreement. So it could be a state-oriented that, okay, in my own state, this is the economy part of where I actually want to look at. I want to sign an agreement with a particular club in UK so that they can actually have academy here and we can actually export people, take people there to play and invest back. So we must start looking at it from different perspectives. You know, that's why I said we must take our mind off oil and gas, because that seems to dominate everything. You can look at education, you can look at agro, you can look at fintech. Another one is the port. If you look at UK, their major strength is in the port. You know, if you look at their port, they are scientific, they have the technology. Our major problem in Nigeria that is even reducing our development is the problem of supply chain. And supply chain starts from that port. So if we can leverage on their technology, leverage on how they actually use our fintech to actually, you know, harness opportunity in the port authority, it will open a lot of vista of opportunity for Nigeria. So we must not say it's only political. We must not say it's only oil and gas. We need to look at other areas. We have cocoa, we have sesame, all these agro products can especially finish, food as well. Remember, the population of Nigerians in UK consume Nigerian food mostly. So we can actually have that agreement that will enable us to actually export this, our food, by extension to be culture as well.
Prof, we've seen different testimonies from Nigerians out there in the United Kingdom. Most times it's quite hilarious when you take a look at it. Like, so you say you want to come to the United Kingdom, but a wrap of fufu is going for £2. And when you put that comparatively to what we have in Nigeria, that will actually buy you something substantial to even feed the minimum 2-3 people who want to eat, but that can only get you a wrap. Now, we have the local production on a large scale in different parts of the country. Now, how do we standardize production so that it meets international export standards and then they are received in these countries? Or how do we even export the production hub to different countries and then improve the value of life and consumption for what most Nigerians out there crave for?
Now, let me just emphasize on certain issues. You see that since history, Africa has been exporting labor and skilled labor to Europe. They are dependent on Africa for skilled labor. When you look at the pre-colonial era, during the time of slavery, you see that they call them slaves, but they are skilled laborers. It's not slaves. Those slaves are a narrative in international politics. It's just a narrative to downplay the issue of the value of such labor. But you see that in that time, they have been exporting skilled labor to Europe. And the trajectory is still there till today. We are still exporting. They call it Japa syndrome. But it's still an export of skilled labor. So what this visit should do is to streamline it, because the demand will always be there for African skilled labor, particularly Nigerians. So the government needs to streamline it in a way that this should be controlled by a commission whereby the value of those Nigerian skilled labor will be higher. Because if you allow them to go there on their individual basis, you see that the wages will be low. We're saying that we're having a sort of repatriation of all those wages, yes, back to Nigeria. But they say when government has streamlined, it will be a sort of fact that the wages of skilled labor going out of Nigeria will be high. Other countries are doing it because export is not only material things, you export services. So our strength now is the export of services, skilled labor to them. So we need to streamline it and make comparative advantage out of it. Then on the issue of other variables that you are just emphasized on, you see that the government can leverage on this to bring more technology into it. Like for instance, you say that the issue of fufu is at a higher price in UK. That shows you there is demand for it. What Nigeria needs to do now is to develop its agricultural agricultural potential and add technology to it and export. So whenever there is high price of your goods overseas, that shows you that the demand is high. Because if the demand is low, you see that the price will be low. So what Nigeria should be doing now is that we need to put in more technology into it. And we have youth in the universities, the one that have graduated, the one that are in the university. You have a lot of this research. That is why there is need for government to collaborate with the academia in order to bring out this research. The research is all existing in Nigeria. What it needs is a push from the system. And once you push it, you see that we'll be exporting some of these things to other countries, not only in UK. In US, there's high demand for it. So you export it to other countries and you bring about exchange rate and strengthen the naira. Just like he mentioned, Doctor mentioned, you don't need to focus on only oil and gas. All these things are areas that Nigeria can diversify and bring in more deserved revenue and investment.
We're gradually rounding off this discussion. Dr. Aliyu, when the president came on board in 2023, he made it clear 8 key presidential priority areas, and one of it would be the digital economy. And for most of the ministries, departments and agencies under the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, they've talked about digital skills for the youthful population in Nigeria and even the adult population, because when you export services, you become valuable, and the target is to make Nigeria a net exporter of digital services globally. With these state visits, how do you put that side by side with Nigeria's preparedness for this opportunity that might come out from these visits?
Right, still very, very big opportunity. Right, I want us to even look at it from this premise. Remember, Nigeria is so concerned about our fiscal policy, monetary policy, and our trade policy is actually suffering. It is through this trade policy that you can now bring all this area you're talking about. Remember, when we say technology, when we say digital technology, it does not apply to fintech only. It moves around agriculture, manufacturing, mining.
Education everywhere. Health.
So these are the areas we need to explore more. So we must look at that area, and actually people are empowered already. The opportunity is just the problem. So, and what do we now do? Recall, even during the president, before this president, there was a initiation of different hub. If you recall, there is hub. I remember too in this Abuja, in other states. What are they doing? They are giving people more capacity. I can tell you those. The spirit is going down now. So we need to increase more so that we can now say segment people, digital knowledge in commerce, digital knowledge in marine, digital knowledge in, so that even trade, remember, even people don't know that even in agriculture, when digital comes into agriculture, it makes it much more. You can now sell across the country. So I think there should be focus on that area, and we can also collaborate. Remember, UK as a country focus more on digital and more so on services. So we can leverage and have a partnership in that area to increase our people's capacity.
Well, it's interesting conversation as we have this day to remember for many Nigerians. The first in 37 years, President Bola Tinubu and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu making a state visit to the United Kingdom. As we round off conversation in the studio for this special broadcast, I have to like your concluding thoughts. Let me start with you, Prof. It's a day we would not forget anytime soon. But for us to remember it for many years to come, the outcomes must be very impactful on the people. Tell us about that, your concluding thoughts.
I think what we should focus on this visit is that diplomacy is dynamic. It's a dynamic mechanism through which you achieve your interests. And those interests that we must achieve now is not signing so many MOUs, but rather MOUs that are achievable. And that is my own advice to the government. You should look at those interests that are achievable within the shortest possible time. And that is what diplomacy is all about, outcomes and effects.
And on a quick one, also tell us what you'll be expecting in terms of security and defense cooperation to tackle the security challenges that we're having.
I think my own focus is this. You see that when we talk about digital economy, we are talking about issues of commerce. But the greatest industry in the world today is military industry, defense industry. And Nigeria should invest more in defense industry. One, it will increase our capacity in international system. It gives us more leverage to negotiate from a point of strength rather than from a point of weakness. And it also increase our exports.
Thank you very much, Prof. I cannot thank you enough. And Doctor, it's been a good one. So many things to talk about. There will be different fallouts from this visit. But in the meantime, while we'll anticipate the signing of different agreements, what would be your concluding thoughts?
Right. So first and foremost, I don't want it to be visit galore. That it will be for the optics only. After 37 years, we're able to achieve it. No, we should have our future determined right there in terms of the economy. So that's why I said we should make sure we look away from oil and gas and look at agro. Very, very important. Look at our ports. It's a big issue because if you look at the supply chain problem we are having, that's why we are not moving at the level we are supposed to move. So I think government should also focus at the age, demography. So when you are thinking or you are signing an MOU, be considering people, the population you have, and how they can leverage and take advantage of it. And also let our president encourage those youth out there to come back to invest in Nigeria.
Man, that's just well summarized and well captured. I'd like to thank you so much, Dr. Aliyu Elias. You're an economist and a development expert. Thanks for your time for coming on this special broadcast of President Bola Tinubu's state visit to the United Kingdom. We thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
And Professor Chigozie Onwerema has been a very good company in the studio, giving us a lot of hindsight, insight, and foresight when it comes to this particular situation that we'll find ourselves in. Nigeria is recalibrating and making things better when it comes to relationship with United Kingdom. Professor, thanks for your knowledge and expertise on this program.
Thank you so much.
Right, so this is the best time to be a Nigerian. Of course, Nigeria is reactivating and reawakening different frontiers of relationship with the United Kingdom with the first state visit of the Nigerian sovereign president, Bola Tinubu, the first in 37 years, to King Charles of England. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. That's been our broadcast for this moment. On behalf of the entire production crew, I'd like to thank you for your time. But remember, inputs will be coming at different instances, at different time of today, as we expect different stories and inputs to emerge from the Windsor Castle, where the president and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu are retreated into the inner chambers for further discussions on how to strengthen bilateral agreements. On behalf of